Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Wyoming Democratic Party has a new chairman, and he's a 32-year-old from Laramie. Lucas Freilich gives up his seat as the Wyoming Democratic State Central Committee's committeeman to the Democratic National Committee to serve as the party chair. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Freilich fills the seat of outgoing Chairman Joe Barbuto, who announced his departure from the post May 21st.
Joe Barbuto chaired that party for 8 years. And so Lucas Freilich, very energetic young man, only 32 years old, won the vote by a significant margin. And his messaging was kind of just like, get on the ground and help people, stand for the underdog, show them what we're about by actually doing what we're about.
Freilich also previously served as Campbell County and Albany County Party chairman. He won this seat by a 52-4 vote during the party leadership's Sunday meeting in Rock Springs, running against Evansville Mayor Candace Mikado. Nearly 4 years ago, a sick young girl arrived in the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center's emergency room where two nurses found that she had a fever, trouble breathing, and an abnormal heart rate. Hours later, after an examination by a physician's assistant, she was discharged without being admitted, but her parents found her dead on the living room couch the next morning. The 7-year-old girl's parents filed a lawsuit alleging that she was misdiagnosed and would still be alive had ER nurses and doctors followed hospital procedures. But Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that Cheyenne Regional Medical Center has challenged the lawsuit, claiming it has no liability because the doctors and nurses involved were contractors.
When the discharge orders were made and the diagnosis was made on this child, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center are saying that that was not them, that was not the hospital making it. But under Wyoming state law, it was the independent contractor making it, and they are liable and not the hospital.
CRMC's use of contracted medical staff has come under fire in recent weeks. Doctors who have left or are leaving the hospital say the hospital's reliance on independent contractors in the roles of doctors, nurses, and other health specialists has resulted in degraded care, staffing shortages, long hours, and a lack of confidence in leadership. There's a parasite out there that breeds in open sores and orifices, then eats its way through flesh. They squirm visibly under the skin, and their scientific name translates literally as man-eater. And Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the New World screwworm is slowly inching its way closer to Wyoming.
And it wasn't until 2022 that it first started becoming a little bit of a problem when it popped up in Central America and later in southern Mexico. After we realized how close it was getting to the border, we've completely shut down cattle imports, which is going to have some big economic implications for both producers and consumers in Wyoming.
Those fly larvae can infect a variety of species, including humans, although they're most commonly found in cattle. Industry experts say the threat promises to raise consumer prices at a moment when the cost of beef is already at record highs. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans. So go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
The Space Weather Prediction Center has issued a severe geomagnetic storm watch for today. That means there could be a dazzling aurora in the night skies over Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a powerful coronal mass ejection erupted from the sun on the evening of May 30th. It was expected to reach Earth by Sunday evening and persist into Monday.
The Space Weather Prediction Center is monitoring a G4 severe geomagnetic storm. Last May, we had some of the best auroras that people have seen seen in Wyoming in decades. This storm, they don't think it'll be as intense as the last G4 storm, but it should still manifest as auroras over Wyoming in pretty spectacular colors and ribbons of fire across the sky. The downside is it's raining in Wyoming, and there could be cloud cover across most of the state.
The last time Wyoming experienced a coronal mass ejection this intense was in May of 2024, although the center said it's unlikely that this G4 geomagnetic storm will reach the same intensity. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Monday and the first Monday of June. June 2, if you were keeping track. Barbudo's out, Freilich in. Democrats have a new leader in Wyoming. Also later today, we got a lot to get to. We're going to talk about an 82-year-old guy who loves trains so much, he built his own replica steam-powered train. And he gives neighbors rides on it. It's pretty cool. Moose might be tough, but they can be taken down by ticks. It's not unusual for tens of thousands of ticks to just suck a moose dry. Oh, what a way to go. Meet a man who's traveling the world in his Lamborghini. Connor Camperghini. He just drives around in a $200,000 car all around the world. It's crazy. And we'll talk about hummingbirds, how much sugar they can down. Hummingbirds. So fascinating. They eat so much sugar. If you and I ate as much sugar as they did, percentage-wise, we'd be in a sugar coma. We'd be dead. There's a couple in Laramie that are on a 4-year cruise ship that they're not unusual. In fact, it's happening more and more where couples of the retirement age or even younger are opting to permanently live on a cruise ship and just continue to travel the world. They found it's cheaper than their regular life. These are just some of the stories we got to get to. Chance of rain in Casper, cloudy, breezy today with highs 72. Lander, slight chance of rain, breezy, highs around 70. Evanston, you might see some rain, probably in the morning, otherwise partly sunny afternoon, 71 the high. Rock Springs, chance of rain in the afternoon, partly sunny, 75. Kemmer, breezy, 71. Pinedale, slight chance of rain early morning, and otherwise mostly sunny, breezy, 67 in Pinedale. Afton, becoming sunny, 66 the expected high. DuBois, slight chance of rain, otherwise mostly sunny, windy with highs 67. Jackson, becoming sunny today, 67 the high. Thermop, slight chance of rain, otherwise breezy and becoming sunny, 65. Cody, you might see some rain today, partly sunny, otherwise, and a little bit breezy. High 60 in Cody, 63 in Powell. Buffalo, chance of rain, otherwise partly sunny and breezy, 57 in Buffalo. Sheridan, chance of rain, mainly in the afternoon, clouds on the increase, highs in the upper 50s. Gillette, maybe rain, cloudy, breezy, 59. Chance of rain afternoon in Newcastle, 69 the high. Torrington, you might see rain in the afternoon with highs 60. We're going to talk to a Torrington native in the show today, one of your representatives in Cheyenne. Lusk, chance of rain in the afternoon, 73. Cheyenne, rain. Some storms could be severe in Cheyenne. Heads up. 76 today. Laramie, rain likely, cloudy, breezy, 71 the high. Rawlins, chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, with highs 70. Saratoga, maybe some rain in the afternoon, highs 77. So kind of a rainy day around the state, which the clouds might make it tough to see northern lights tonight or enhance it, make it better. I mean, if it blocks your view and you don't see anything, then that doesn't help. But a big chance to see some northern lights, according to Andrew Rossi. I got to try to find where I put that story. I have so many that I want to get to over the weekend. Rossi, who knows all things about weather and outer space and where the two meet. Andrew's got a story about, even though we've had some rain, I don't know if it's going to pull us out of the drought. Don Day, our meteorologist, will be on later in the show. We'll ask Don if we're safely out of a drought yet. This is just kind of spring showers, I would imagine. Nothing enough to pull some areas of Wyoming out of ongoing drought. Andrew Rossi, his story, the Space Weather Prediction Center on Saturday issued a severe geomagnetic storm watch for June 1st and 2nd. Yesterday, did anybody go out and look at the northern lights? I forgot. I kind of forgot. Well, I didn't really know about it. But I was out late enough I could have seen them, but I just forgot to even look up for them. Darn. But I saw much of Wyoming. You could see northern lights pretty good. Aurora Borealis, pretty good. The powerful corona mass ejection, CME. Some of the CME is what some survivalists, some preppers believe is going to be the end of the world, or is going to cause, real problems. If a large enough CME happens, coronal mass ejection, it could knock out power grids and send us back 300 years, So you better have your MREs ready, plenty of ammo. This one's pretty big, but not like the biggest, obviously. The CME that we're experiencing yesterday and today is a G4 on a scale that peaks at G5. So the G5 would be, pretty bad. If we ever have a G10 or something, I mean, the scale doesn't go higher than G5, but that's just because we haven't had a big enough one, right? If we had some CME that was a G10, that's the one that's going to knock out all the power, and we're going to be, on our own. Your phone, all your devices, going to be worthless. And you'll have to learn how to be a hunter-gatherer again. This one, not as bad. Just going to give us some nice northern lights. Storms of this intensity, Andrew says, are very rare and usually lead to spectacular auroras. Sometimes CMEs this big, like a G4, G5, could disrupt some things, your cell service, your phone service, your internets. could be disruptive a little bit to the grid. And this one likely will have some impact. But Aurora is going to be visible as far south as Alabama. Wyoming will have a great view if we get the clouds out of the way. Last time Wyoming experienced a CME this intense was back in May of 2024. This G4 will be not quite that intense as May of 24, but still a pretty good one. Jan Curtis, retired meteorologist, former Wyoming state climatologist, told Cowboy State Daily, "We get a lot more CMEs generated from the sun in the years around the solar maximum." Well, I don't know what that means. The sun was very active in 2024, so spitting out a lot of CMEs. That would make sense because I don't recall ever seeing this much Northern Lights activity as we've had in the last year or so. It seems like almost every night you can walk out and see the auroras sparkling away. It must be peak sun year, peak solar activity year, I guess. Andrew, he can explain it better than I can. Here's Andrew Rossi talking to Wendy Core all about it.
The Space Weather Prediction Center has issued a severe geomagnetic storm watch for today. That means there could be a dazzling aurora in the night skies over Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a powerful coronal mass ejection erupted from the sun on the evening of May 30th. It was expected to reach Earth by Sunday evening and persist into Monday.
The Space Weather Prediction Center is monitoring a G4 severe geomagnetic storm. Now, to give people a sense of scale for that, the last time we had a solar storm that was that intense was last May, when we had some of the best auroras that people have seen in Wyoming in decades. So this storm, they don't think it'll be as intense as the last G4 storm, but it should still manifest as auroras over Wyoming in pretty spectacular colors and ribbons of fire across the sky. The downside is it's raining in Wyoming and there could be cloud cover across most of the state. So if you can find a spot that isn't covered in clouds, there's a pretty good chance you'll see auroras.
The last time Wyoming experienced a coronal mass ejection this intense was in May of 2024, although the center said it's unlikely that this G4 geomagnetic storm will reach the same intensity.
Yeah, I got to get out there and take a look at that and see if I can see it tonight. Jackson, I'm in Teton County, Jackson, and we don't have the chance of rain that seems the rest of the state does. So maybe I'll get out there and see if I can see a little bit of the Northern Lights tonight, if I'm up that late. I don't know. The search for Grizzly 399's cub, known as Spirit, I don't know if there is an official search. I mean, there's obviously, we're not searching. I mean, wildlife managers are not looking for this cub, but certainly wildlife photographers would love to come across Spirit. It's the latest and last link to Grizzly 399, who of course was killed by a car last fall. And the remaining cub has been named Spirit by Tom Mangelson, who is a noted wildlife photographer. Mangelson admitted even if that cub walked by his camera lens and he got great shots of it, he might not know if that was the cub of 399 that he called Spirit. He's named it Spirit, and pretty much everybody's going along with that. He said originally when that cub was young, cub of the year, it had a kind of a blazed chest coloring, but that has since disappeared. And he said, this looks like any other grizzly now, really. Mangelson admitted it would probably take genetic testing to positively identify the bear, some scat sample, hair sample, what have you. Other photographers out there say, you know, to ever see this 2-year-old grizzly again, it'd be a real stretch. I mean, even if you saw a 2-year-old grizzly, you wouldn't know it was Spirit. One other photographer said it may depend on the gender of the bear, which, yeah, is important. Isabella Smedley, wildlife photographer, 399 fan, Isabella Smedley said, my personal opinion is if it's a female, and we don't know if Spirit's a male or female. Spirit is presumed male, but that's not definitive. Smedley said, my personal opinion is if it's a female, she'll come back down, meaning the bear will stay low, stay along populated places, near roads, perhaps like Mama did, Grizz 399. However, Smedley said, if it's a male, we probably won't see him again for a very long time. The males tend to enjoy a little more seclusion. They live a reclusive life. They don't like to hang out in crowded areas. The females seem to be a little more tolerant of that. And certainly Grizz 399 was a great example of a bear that learned how to kind of hang out in man's land and do it quite successfully until she didn't. But yeah, the search for Spirit, white chest markings commonly called a tuxedo, probably gone by now. In fact, the last photos taken of Spirit showed it slowly disappearing. So without a actual DNA sample, Tom Mangelson said, you might not even know if that was Spirit or not. Today, by the way, is National Rotisserie Chicken Day. I could do that. I can get with that. And it's National Leave Office Early Day. I can definitely get with that. Let's cut out of here right now and go get me a chicken. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I am a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, you know? When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Greg Johnson joins us, Cowboy State Daily managing editor. Greg, it was a busy weekend. A lot of stories from the Cowboy State Daily that I'm trying to get to. Josh Allen's married.
Okay.
Josh and Haley, come on, you're a Bills fan.
Not really. I'm a Broncos fan. I follow Josh Allen, but no, I'm not a Bills fan.
All right. I saw somebody trolling the Bills website where they some Bills associated social media said, congrats to Josh and Haley tying the knot, etc. in Southern California. I did not DJ that wedding Saturday, unfortunately. That would have been great. But some troll posted, a Buffalo quarterback finally gets a ring. Ooh. That was mean-spirited. What's the Rocky watch?
Well, they made history.
They did, huh?
Yeah, they're the fastest, third fastest of 50 losses in MLB history, and the fastest in the modern era, going back to 1901. So they got swept for their 10th time yesterday.
Golly. Well, maybe when
9-50.
They're still stuck at 9 wins. Oh, wow.
Yep.
After the Yankee win. Oh. Yeah. Well, my Yankees didn't too good on the left coast, so I'm not going to gloat about the Rockies.
The only two teams ahead of them in the fastest of 50 wins, the Cincinnati Red Stockings from 1876.
Oh, they were miserable.
And the Kansas City Unions of 1884.
Oh, the Unions.
Then you've got the Rockies this year, 2025. And then the Louisville Colonels back in 1889.
This is
all, like 120, 130, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Except for the Rockies.
Yeah, when you watch like the oldest known film clips of some of them old baseball, you like, dude, there's no way those professional baseball players, if they played today, they would be overwhelmed. The game has gotten so good. Those old timers, like how would Babe Ruth stack up? Maybe pretty good. He was an exception, but you go back earlier than Babe Ruth in the very beginning of baseball, and them guys, they didn't even have gloves. They had like just a chunk of leather.
Yeah. Well, the old rules too were different. They didn't pitch like they did. They didn't have balls were like wadded up rags and stuff. They had weird rules. Like if it bounced and you caught it, if you caught it after one bounce, someone was out.
Oh, wow.
If you hit a foul ball into the stands and someone caught it, you were out.
It's a good one.
And
nice.
It was considered a gentleman's game. So like if you slid, you were out.
Yeah.
Fighting was considered to be rude.
Right. And very early on, it was considered a gentleman's. Like people wanted to see guys hit. Like how good so the notion that a pitcher would try to strike someone out was not yet there in the first decades of baseball. Like you were throwing the ball to the batter to let him hit the ball and then see what happens. You wasn't really thought that you were trying to trick him, deceive him, make him swing and miss. Yeah,
and
weird.
if you ran across home plate, the run didn't count unless you went over to the table. There's like a scores table. If you went over to the table, you rang a bell. And you said, tally 1 run, sir.
No, now you're making stuff up.
That was one of the old rules.
Come on.
Yep.
Tally 1 run. Oh, my.
Yep.
I saw a softball player playing against Tennessee. I don't know who she played for. She had home run, and she didn't step on home. She did the celebration home. They all joined around her. And video, you could show, zoomed in on her feet. She never touched home plate, but it's non-reviewable call. Wow, the old days you had to go check in with a scorer and ring a bell. That sounds made up.
I'll look it up.
Oh, man. That's pretty weird.
1880s rules.
Yeah, so
there are these like vintage baseball leagues where people play by these old rules.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Well, the scorer's bell in Denver is gathering dust. I mean, not too many Rockies have to check in and ring the bell lately. 9 wins. Yeah, they're doing things that haven't been done since we started playing normal baseball. Wow.
Do you think the NBA is happy with the matchup in the finals?
The Knicks didn't make it, did they? Pacers and who?
It's the Pacers and the Thunder.
Where's the Thunder play?
Oklahoma City.
Oh. So you got Oak City, Indiana. Well, it's kind of the heartland, the matchup of the heartland, but it's not big city markets, not big TV markets. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't follow basketball. Once my Knicks were knocked out, I'm like, Yeah, that's kind of a small market matchup. What do you think of Lucas Freilich, young blood, leading the Democrats? He'll take over for Joe Barbudo. Landslide vote, 52-4. They said Freilich is our man.
Yeah, I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. He's young. I mean, I haven't. What does he come from? Is he holding? He's got to be some kind of committeeman, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really know a lot about him, but he looks to champion the Democrat party line, the party platforms, same-sex marriage, yep, tolerant towards immigration, diverse library content, but he's pro-working man, which is good. You and I are one of them.
Together, we're one of them.
Put together, we're like one working man. Yeah. And by the way, we can punch out early today. It's National Leave the Office Early Day. So, yeah, I know you won't. You can't.
That's a stupid thing.
I know.
Too many national whatever days.
I know. I used to abhor
National Seedless Watermelon Day.
Yeah. I know. I still debate whether I should even bring them up because you're right. It's just gotten nonsensical. I know. What else do you see in the news? How about the Lamborghini guy driving around, camping in his Lamborghini? I watched a little bit of his video. He's got followers out there on socials. He drives a $200,000 Lamborghini with Montana tags, and he drives everywhere other than having to get his car shipped to Germany to start his adventure. But this Colorado man now drives through Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, and every other country that ends in a stan. He's cruising around.
I guess if you're going to live in your car, you might as well live in a $200,000 car.
Might as well be a good one. And he's taken that thing off-roading a little bit. I was watching some of his videos. He drove up over a boulder accidentally. Most of his videos, it's pouring rain. I don't know if it rains a lot over there in Uzbekistan. It's like always raining. And he's with some chick. And Connor Camperghini, not his real last name, I would imagine, 29-year-old. Living out of his $200,000 Lamborghini. Or you can just live in your cruise ship.
Right.
I hear about people doing this and saying it's financially equivalent to doing what you're doing, like paying the mortgage and living your life. Like, I've heard people just walk away from their mortgage, sell their home, leave their jobs, and get on a cruise ship for a year, 2 years, 3 years. How about 4 years for this Laramie couple? They're just going to travel the world. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, if that's your thing, I would absolutely hate it.
Because, the confinement of a cruise ship and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's cool if that's what they're like, but that's not what I would like. So
yeah, it's.
I mean, you got to buy. Basically, you're buying that cabin instead of buying a house.
Yeah,
and you're paying a lot of money for like a tiny room.
Yeah, and I appreciate.
I get it. They're not going to spend much time in their room.
Well, yeah, theoretically, but that room gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and it doesn't start out very big. We all know. I've never been on a cruise ship. That's the one story is your cabins.
They can't get like souvenirs and stuff because they don't have time, room for them.
Yeah, what can you put stuff? Can't collect stuff. You got to live a whole different way. There's no doubt. And for some people, maybe it works. I see some comments, though, on the story saying you couldn't pay me to do this, much less get me to pay to do it. And some people are just anti-cruise ship because of whatever. You're confined to a cabin, maybe your little seasickness. I don't know. But what a cool way to travel the world, see all these different ports. This couple is going to go to how many different ports in 4 years? And I appreciate that Renee actually tracked it. The whole time I'm reading it, in the back of my mind is, what does this really cost? Give me the number, because this Laramie couple sold their home, bought a cabin on a luxury cruise ship, the Odyssey, and they say it's comparable to, what you would do regular life for. That it'll cost them no more, the Montoyas. So I'm thinking, oh, Renee, you got to tell us, what does it cost? And she does, and it's not cheap. But the Montoyas will see in their 4-year travels 425 destinations, 147 countries, and 100 tropical islands. That part of it sounds great. I like that. But you're on a cruise ship for 4 years. It's like joining the Navy. Sort of. Or you could live on the J.O. Ranch. Now, I don't know if that'd be any more exciting. Renee Jean has that story. Carbon County's J.O. Ranch. That's a throwback to an untamed time. It still is. J.O. Ranch looks very little changed by time since it was homesteaded.
Yeah, I love those old ranches.
Yeah. Yeah. You see them and you just sort of daydream about what it must have been like to eke out a living on these places. Well, thanks to Zachary for ruining my morning appetite after the flesh-eating parasite, the screwworm. Jackie Dorothy had a story about screwworm. It's hard to even say. And then Zachary really brings it to life, what these things do to horses, cattle, even humans. They'll bore their way into you and eat you alive. Yuck.
Ooh, I know. But I mean, you can eat some zebra mussels if you don't like them.
I'm not so inclined, not tempted. But Andrew Rossi says, given that one boat that had like 500,000 zebra mussels, couldn't you put those to good use? Cook them up in the kitchen? Most Wyoming chefs say, probably not. You better put a lot of butter on them, a lot of wine. First off, you got to kill the toxins. That's what mussels do, is filter water, and they take out all the toxins. There's not too many people are going to line up to eat zebra mussels, according to Patrina Pert and other chefs. Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah. I mean, you could eat them.
Not that desperate.
You know, not that desperate. Wouldn't it be wasteful if you didn't? I mean,
well, I mean, maybe you could feed all those mussels to wildlife somehow, or I don't know what would eat them. Well, what are you going to do with them? I don't know. You have to have a big bonfire.
Good. You could scrape them off into a big bowl of butter. Just eat them.
Casper,
just eat them. Or you can go to what passes for Western cuisine in Italy.
Oh yeah,
that was interesting.
Is that a Renee story? I didn't really read that one.
Anna.
Oh, okay.
There's a chain of restaurants in Italy, some in France, called the Old Wild West.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got the Western theme, of course. The decor is over the top Western. They got burgers and steaks and stuff, but no whiskey. They don't have whiskey.
That's like Wyoming Westerners trying to do Italian and not having a good bottle of wine anywhere on the menu. Yeah.
They got there's an item on the menu called Cheyenne chicken.
Mm-hmm. Cheyenne chicken. Don't they know we're not big chicken consumers? We don't do a lot of white meat over here. Well, they probably make the same faux pas. They probably come up short just like we do if we're doing Italian food. I say we, like Wyomingites trying to open an Italian restaurant. But I'd be willing to try it. This is over in Italy. I'm going to get on my cruise ship, go over there.
I was looking at, there's photos of the menu. And in Italy, I guess they like their steaks raw. Those things are not even rare. They're actually raw.
Yeah.
In their menus.
Yeah, I can't do that. And I know I have to turn in my Wyoming man card when it comes to that. I got to go medium, a hard medium on my steaks.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I'm not big on rare.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's something like right up in the corner under appetizers, something they call green balls. I don't know what those are.
Rocky Mountain oysters, or maybe you don't want to know what those are.
I don't know. Maybe they're young Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah. Green balls. I'll have a double order of the green balls. Ooh. No. I'll stick to my sugar diet. Me and the hummingbirds. I got a sweet tooth, but not like hummingbirds. Man, if you and I ate as much sugar as they eat a day, equivalent like to our body size, we'd be dead. We'd be in a sugar coma. David Madison has that story about hummingbirds.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're constantly drinking at the feeder, and it's cool to see how they can go into torpor. My favorite part is the size of their heart. It's 2% of their body volume, and you think, okay, just sounds like a stat, But think about this. Humans, your heart, 1% of your body mass, your heart. So comparatively, for a hummingbird to have a heart that is 2% of their body volume, that's like having the heart of Secretariat, the racehorse. Every time the heart pumps, it pumps an enormous amount of blood through their little bodies. So that's how they stay warm. And I bet you it pumps a lot, right? Hummingbird's heart's got to be like thump, 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 thump.
Yep. Big time. Yeah, and they're sucking down 80% of their body weight in nectar every day.
That's
a 150-pound person having about 120-ounce Cokes a day.
120-ounce Cokes. Well, I like my Coke, but I don't know if I can get in that kind of neighborhood. That's a lot of Cokes. Yeah. Way to go, hummingbirds. All right, we'll come back. We got more stories. What are you going to do?
I need to take off.
All right, then.
I do appreciate seeing you today.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Greg. Let's do a Rockies watch tomorrow. Stuck at 9 wins.
We'll see. I wonder what some of the Vegas lines are now for where the Rockies are going to end up.
They're probably taking action on the next win because, the next W.
Could, when they're going to hit 10.
Yeah, when are you going to get to 10? Will it be in June? Will it be ever? I don't know.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, but you never know.
Yeah, what's the over-under on how many wins they'll have in June?
3, 4. I don't know. Baseball's funny like that. It's a long season. I bet they get on a little bit of a run and then start losing again. But it's hard to continually lose for 182 games. That's or 186. What do they play? A lot.
162.
Oh, 160. I'm thinking of hockey.
Hockey's about 180.
It's 86, and I get the 80s. Yeah, messed up. Yeah, 162. That's a lot of games to have only 10 wins. I bet they get 10 and stay there.
They could.
All right, Greg, have a super Monday.
All right, thanks, Jake.
Yeah, buddy. That's Greg Johnson. Take a break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world,
It's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, June 2. Let's talk about the new party chair for the Democrats in Wyoming. And before we dig into that story, just a reminder. And keep in mind, I'm serious. I am not political. If you think I have a political angle or an agenda, or I'm giving you biased news politically, no. Baseball-wise, yes, Yankees dominate. Everybody else stinks. Football, Bills. Go Bills. I'm very opinionated and biased there. Politics, nope. And when I say I have no love for the Democrats, that's because I have no love for the Republicans. I don't like either of them. I don't need government. I'm doing just fine. Every time I see government step in and try to help me, they ruin everything. Yeah, I'm doing good. Don't need Democrats or Republicans. But I will say this before we dig into the new Democratic chair for the state Dems. When Democrats were in power not long ago, they passed laws to make you report your $600 Venmo transactions and hired 87,000 additional IRS agents to hunt you down. When Republicans gain power, they pass laws so you have no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. The Democratic Party hates you. Republicans want you to succeed. I'm just reading that somewhere on the interwebs. I know I didn't appreciate the whole Venmo thing. Wyoming Democratic Party has a new chair, 32-year-old out of Laramie, Lucas Freilich, will give up his seat as the Wyoming Democratic State Central Committee's committeeman. Phew. Lucas, what are you going to do without that title? Probably get a shorter nameplate on his desk. Wyoming Democratic State Central Committee's committeeman. Yowza. He'll trade that in for Democratic. He'll trade that in for Democratic Party chair. The vote was resounding 52-4, and he'll lead the Democratic Party into the new age. They had a big meeting in Rock Springs. I think Claire McFarland was there from Cowboy State Daily. Freilich was up against Evansville Mayor Candace Machado. Evansville, still think Evansville is not a town. I can't believe it has a mayor. Evansville is just Casper East. There's no distinction between Casper. I mean, I'm looking at the map. How can you keep calling yourself Evansville? I have to have Mayor Candace on the show. That's all I can think of. And ask her how she has the nerve to call Evansville a town. It has a mayor. I guess it's a town. I'm looking at the map now. How many times have I discussed this on the show? Evansville is no more a town than Mills is practically. Mills has got a little bit more of a claim of being an actual town. Bar None has a claim of being an actual town. Both those are small communities outside of Casper city limits. But Evansville is Casper. Period. But they've got their own mayor. So anyway, Candace, she was up against Freilich, Machado against Freilich for a 4-year term as chair of the Democratic Party. And Freilich won it. And upon hearing of his win, Freilich immediately stood, shook Machado's hand, and applauded her, along with others at the meeting of about 50. And this apparently is like a Democrat tradition, at least in Wyoming. Claire said the attendees gave Machado a standing ovation to acknowledge her run, a practice Democrat leaders repeated for each losing candidate as the election continues. So, the Democrats are so used to losing that the standing ovation for the losers is the norm. I'm just kidding. I had to take that shot. I mean, Claire McFarland says attendees gave Machado standing ovation to acknowledge her run. Good job. And repeated standing ovations for every losing candidate as the election continues. So the Democrats just get in the habit of cheering on the losers because that's more fun than cheering on the infrequent wins, I would imagine. But Machado did talk about what it's like to be the mayor of Evansville, which she called a Republican type of town. Mayor Machado, it's not a town. It's Casper East or Casper Northeast. But yeah, the vote went Freilich's way. He's the new guy. Apparently, he did touch on a few party lines, party platforms. He said he expects to lead the Dems in a direction where they've been headed already, tolerant towards immigration, diverse library content, same-sex marriage, and the working man. Claire McFarland in her story said, Freilich said, we're here for the people. And he said, it doesn't matter if you're a kid who just wants to read any book you want in the library, or if you're a couple who just wants to couple. I'm not sure if that's in reference to same-sex or the fact that books in libraries today give you how-to manuals illustrated on how to do sex. Available to 8-year-olds everywhere. Freilich said he said the party platform doesn't necessarily need a tweak. It's not really about being left or right. It's about being for the people. It's showing up where the people need us most, which I think a lot of our county parties do already, he said. So Freilich in the new Democrat, state Democrat Party chair, and young, 32 years old. The, flesh-eating parasite, I don't know if I'm ready for this screwworm. The New World screwworm, nasty parasite that's thought to have been eradicated in 2020, but it's back. And it's in Mexico, and it may be coming to the U.S. Oh, this is one thing you wouldn't wish on any dumb cow. Just nasty, nasty stuff. We'll talk about that when we come back. We got to take a top-of-the-hour news break for most of our affiliates. This is the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hello, Cheyenne, Howdy, and Riverton, Jackson. Across the state this morning, where it's probably going to have a few raindrops on you.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. In the film Top Gun Maverick, there's a memorable scene where Tom Cruise looks over his shoulder in the cockpit and sees inbound missiles hot on his tail. Amid the riveting action, most fans of the film don't realize that the real hero of this moment is Magnesium. Cruise fires deflection flares which are made from magnesium. Big Blue Technologies, a magnesium processing startup with operations near Cheyenne, told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the magnesium needed to make those flares could, quote, come from Cheyenne tomorrow.
Partnership between Big Blue Technologies and Garrison Minerals has resulted in a facility out there at the Swan Ranch Industrial Park. It's got a rail link, and the idea is that they're going to mine dolomite and then refine it into magnesium and then make magnesium metal, which is a very in-demand product.
The CEO of Big Blue Technologies said the company is still in the startup phase, but it's applying for development grants and courting investors while looking to satisfy the demand for domestically produced magnesium materials, including metals, aluminum alloys, and those fighter jet deflector flares. For decades, Rawlins native and Las Vegas detective Gil Gilliland hunted for clues to the story behind one of the most famous wild horses in America. Desert Dust was a red desert Mustang, the first wild stallion ever captured through the use of airplanes. On the day of his capture in 1945, a professional photographer caught the horse posing in sage and rock, still untamed and wild, and those photos sold more than 1 million copies worldwide. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy writes that it was this first photo of Desert Dust that sparked an investigation by the detective into just who this horse, the inspiration for the Rawlins High School mascot, really was.
He started on a quest that ended up taking over 20 years to discover who this horse really was.
Gilliland partnered with the Laramie author, Paul Papa, to tell Desert Dust's story. Papa agreed to write the book, but with one stipulation. He said that the real story was how a Las Vegas investigator uncovered the story of this nearly forgotten stallion that at one time represented all of Wyoming's wild horses. Paul and Lynn Montoya are living a luxury, high-seas lifestyle that sounds like something only the wealthy could afford. The Laramie couple are cruising up and down the coastline of South America, releasing sea turtles in Acapulco and watching dolphins play in El Salvador. The Montoyas are on a 4-year cruise around the world on the Villa V ship Odyssey, and they told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that they're not spending any more money than they would have if the couple were still living in Laramie.
On board this ship, everything's pretty much taken care of. You get your 3 square meals, you get housekeeping, you get laundry. It's kind of like a little floating hotel on the sea, right? The idea that you could do this as a single person for like $45,000 a year cost is just mind-boggling.
The Montoyas decided to go nomad after hosting world travelers for years, hearing stories about the countries where they lived. But should they decide they need to leave the ship for any period of time, the Montoyas can rent their cabin out like an Airbnb. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future. Borrow for your dream home. Start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Well, in the home of real pizza and pasta in Italy, tourists from the American West might take one glance at the menu of a popular chain of restaurants there and find themselves feeling right at home. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Jackson reports that for nearly 25 years, the old Wild West restaurants have been dishing up a very specific European interpretation of America's Wild West.
I tried probably the worst example of their food. I got the Cheyenne chicken just for the name alone, and it was chicken breast with like chopped up bacon on top. That was it. No sauce, nothing, and then fries. The fries were fantastic.
Jackson said that, in her opinion, the most glaring omission was that there wasn't a single mention of whiskey on the menu. The saloon owners of the real Wild West would shudder at the thought. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a Monday, June 2. We're looking for auroras tonight. Northern lights, big time, if you can see them. If it's not too cloudy, should see some pretty good auroras. We're also checking our cows in the back 40 for maggots. Yeah, better check your cows. Do a tick check on your local moose as well. We'll explain both those stories. But let's start with, we're supposed to have a guest on. Hold on. I'm thinking Jody Velasquez should be joining us. I'm thinking, hoping. She's the author of a new book, Know the Enemy, Preventing Weight Gain, Diabetes, and Disease. She'll talk about that book. I'm thinking we have her scheduled. Again, the time difference, I think, throws some of our guests off, maybe. I'm not sure where Jody is. Yeah, anyway, let's get it over with. Flesh-eating parasite inches closer to U.S. border and Wyoming cattle. It's the New World screwworm. Gross. Nasty parasite. Flesh-eating scourge that tortures cattle as it kills. It's making its way to the U.S. Once eradicated, the New World screwworm, thought to be gone, eradicated from North and Central America in the 20th century. But in 2022, maggots began again rearing their ugly heads in Central America and have been moving north ever since, detected in cows and cattle in Mexico. And that, for a while, had a ban on Mexican cattle coming into the U.S. I think that's been eased lately, but certainly the concern that screwworm could get a foothold in the U.S. is horrifying. Scientific name for these things, these maggot things they're just flies. But when they lay their eggs, the hatching eggs just eat their way out of the host. Oh, scientific name C. Hominivorix. Translates literally to man-eater. So disgusting. And to see the photographs of the damage they can do to livestock is gross. In November, the parasite was discovered in a cow in southern Mexico. That triggered a cattle embargo that was later conditionally lifted. This month, larvae were found in cattle in the Mexican states of Oaxaca. I can't pronounce anything Mexican. I tried to learn Mexican, but I couldn't. Just can't. I don't have an aptitude for another language. But this 700 miles from the Texas border is how close the New World screwworm has got. U.S. Department of Agriculture Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, known as APHIS, responded indefinitely by indefinitely shutting down animal imports originating from or transferring through Mexico. U.S. will not accept any Mexican beef. That screwworm is gross. U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins this week released a statement on USDA efforts to thwart larva invasion, including a $21 million emergency investment plan to revamp screwworm sterilization. That'll go on in Mexico at a plant. Rollins said, the investment I'm announcing today is one of the many efforts my team is making around the clock to protect our animals, our farm economy, and the security of the nation's food supply. Please keep this screwworm from getting here. It looks horrifying. Ooh. This story from Lincoln County, Star Valley area. Husband charged in his wife's death 6 months after her death. Reason for the delay is kind of twofold. Claire McFarland explains in the story for the Cowboy State Daily. Number one, the prosecuting attorney, when looking into it, basically had to recuse himself, saying there was a relationship with the accused. In Star Valley, in Lincoln County, kind of everybody knows everybody. There's 1 degree of separation. So there's a very good chance a police officer, a DA, will know personally a victim, or in this case, will know Jared Erickson, 52-year-old. Erickson's accused of fatally attacking his wife during a drunken argument last November, and it's now what, June? A Lincoln County man could face up to 20 years in prison on a manslaughter charge. The reason charges were so long coming is because Erickson and his wife, Tennille, Jared and Tennille Erickson, pretty well known in Star Valley. They have a kid on the high school football team who's very good. Like, upstanding members of the community, certainly well known. Most folks, if you went around Star Valley and say, do you know the Ericksons? They probably would. And that's a big reason for the delay, because a special prosecutor had to be called in from Natrona County. Dan Eitzen was called in and looked into the matter. He found enough there for a manslaughter charge on May 22nd and announced such because Lincoln County prosecutor Allred called for a special prosecutor because his former work partner, John Bowers, is defending Jared Erickson in the case, and because Allred knows both families involved in the case personally, Allred said, I wanted to be fair to all parties involved. I felt it was best to ask Natrona County to take a look at this case and prosecute it for my office, just out of fairness to all parties involved. And what Special Prosecutor Dan Eitzen found is reason to believe manslaughter is suspected here from Jared Erickson, the 52-year-old. And he said, he told 911 operators back on that night of November 17th that he found his wife non-responsive in their bedroom. This was after a night of arguing, altercation. He said it didn't get physical, but he said he checked on his wife, heard her snoring every now and then by the time he went in the morning, she was non-responsive. First responders got there, could not revive her. Lincoln County Sheriff Deputy Seth Lewis responded. And attempts to revive, unsuccessful. So it took a while, 6 months later, and now we find charges filed, according to the story from Claire McFarland. Jody seems to have found us, but she's going to bump up into Don Day. So I'm going to have to do some maneuvering here, Jody. This is going to be, it's hard to do when I'm also having to, do a show. Why don't we do this? Wyoming Game and Fit. Why don't we could rodeo. Yeah, let's rodeo early. We don't normally do this, but we're going to do it now.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, a conversation with five-time national finals saddle bronc rider Wyatt Casper, who also happens to be in the number 10 spot in the world standings. We'll talk to him about his traveling mates. We'll talk to him about his winter rodeos and how he's looking forward to the summer. Wyatt Casper on the Roadshow, coming up next.
Hi, I'm Lander Nicodemus with Torrington Livestock Markets. As a livestock market owner and a member of the LMA, I believe it is time for our industry to align and drive meaningful changes that will safeguard a future for ranchers. I'm asking all who are hearing this to sign on to this effort as we work to achieve and maintain ag-friendly tax policy, improve risk management tools, access to labor, flexibility for livestock haulers, and create support for young and emerging livestock producers. Now is the time. Learn more and sign on at commongroundsummit.net.
Ranchers, Western Ranch Supply has a deal you don't want to miss. Get 25% off all net wrap while supplies last and in stock today. We've got Pritchett twine and net wrap in stock, available in sizes for both small and big square bales. It's a great price and moving fast. Pick up only at our downtown Billings location, 303 North 13th. So hurry in to Western Ranch Supply and stock up before it's gone.
Talk about you got a great group of guys that you've been traveling with. Cade Bruno, who's just down up the road from where I'm talking to you this morning from, and Weston Patterson, and that's a good bunch you got going.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got Jake Clark in the rig, too, and he's a really good guy. And so all four of us, we have quite a bit of fun, and we enjoy rodeoing together.
That's cool. You won Guyman. We talked about that. Watford City, North Dakota, Columbia, South Carolina. You just won, had a big payday in Clovis, California about 10 days ago. Third in Red Bluff. Those are great wins. Were you happy with your winter? It looks like spring is going better for you than maybe the winter went.
Yeah, I didn't do really great at the big indoors. didn't even make it out of my set at Houston. I think I made a short round at San Antonio, but I kind of fouled up there in the short round, didn't pick the right horse, and didn't make short round at Fort Worth. So those are 3 big rodeos that I didn't win much money out of, but everything else has been pretty dang good. The 20 or so rodeos I've been to, I've been drawing pretty good. And
he's number 10 this week in the race for the world title in the saddle bronc riding, and it'll come down to the wire. Wyatt Casper on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
And we're back in the studio. So is Don Day. Day weather forecast for Monday. What a great weekend, Don. Credit where credit is due.
Yeah, it was warm. It felt like summer.
Sure did. It was beautiful all weekend. Fantastic. But, you know, as a weather guy, you're only as good as the last forecast, and things starting to get a little different today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot cooler. It's still going to be pretty warm in the south and east. And yesterday, that part of the state did see severe weather. Cheyenne got quite a bit of hail. And there is severe weather possible out on that Nebraska-Colorado border area. Now, the rest of Wyoming is already cooler. I mean, it's the northern and western parts of the state today will be lucky to get out of the 60s. A lot of places tomorrow, 50s and 60s. Hey, it's June. It's not going to feel like June, even after that really warm weekend. Through Friday, it's going to be cooler than average statewide.
What a big difference. Yeah, we go from 80 to 60 basically, just to generalize. That's quite a big change. Who sent us that? Canada?
Yeah, sure. Let's blame Canada. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, early June, cool fronts and troughs. I've seen this story. You know, I've seen this before. Usually the second half of June, we kind of get these out of their system. But for at least the first full week of June, it is going to be a bit cooler than average. Showers and thunderstorms will be around, especially in the central and the east. So after a little taste of summer, I guess that's all it was. Little tease. By next weekend, we'll start to rebound, see temperatures warm up again.
So we're undergoing a G4 on a scale at G4 CME, which is coronal mass ejections. As these solar flares, the sun spits out every now and then, and we know they give us great auroras and a great chance of seeing northern lights. I wondered if these kind of events, these geomagnetic storm watch, do they affect weather as we know it?
Well, you know, the sun obviously affects the weather a lot. Now, real tangible impacts of these solar flares, these coronal mass ejections on everyday weather, you know, probably not. Now, long term, how the sun behaves does affect our climate and our weather. But more than anything, these coronal mass ejections, these geomagnetic storms, you know, they tend to affect communications more, possible electrical grids. You know, the solar activity has been so intense this last year, so that it's been affecting the equipment that farmers use to line their tractors up in fields, you know, to get those straight rows.
Yeah.
It's caused some problems with that. And a lot of folks may have seen the Aurora Saturday night. We're still under these geomagnetic storm alerts right now, although probably the best Aurora has already occurred, but that's not to say you shouldn't keep an eye out the next few nights.
I'll do that. So a G4 CME is going to make crooked cornfields, but it probably won't make it rain. This guy did that, Don Day. Day weather forecast. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick break, and we will get Jody Velasquez into the room, I'm pretty sure, right after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Monday into the conversation. Jody Velasquez, she's born and raised in Pittsburgh, and I feel like I'm being inundated by Pittsburgh people. This is my day job, Jody, but my night job is I'm a DJ, and I DJ a lot of weddings. This weekend, I have a bride and groom that I'm DJing their wedding, and they're from Pittsburgh. And big Steeler fans, and they're going to give away swag, which includes terrible towels for everyone, and they wanted to get me one. Pittsburgh. How is Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh's been a little bit rainy.
Yeah.
Spring, I'm not going to lie. It's been a little chilly and a little rainy, and it's kind of disappointing, but hopefully we'll have a super hot summer.
Yeah, that's what it's going to mean. Yeah, get it all out now. June, July, August. Yeah, big summer. Jody Velasquez is the author of a few books. The latest is the one we're going to concentrate on and talk about, Know the Enemy, or Know Thy Enemy. There it is. Yeah, I'm thinking, I keep finding myself saying, Know Thy Enemy. Know the Enemy. Preventing weight gain, diabetes, and disease. So in your case, you know, they say write what you know, and you had a book earlier. I mean, you're probably known, if you know Jody Velasquez, you may know her from the Slick Move Guide, a book, and she learned the hard way the ins and outs, tips and tricks of moving, of picking up and relocating. You had to do it to Texas. So you made a book, and that's great. Like, write what you know, and you wrote that and you helped others out. In this case, it's this is not your journey, but it's your daughter's journey. Diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, which, please help us out what that means compared to type 2. And and this was an early diagnosis for your daughter, and you had to change your life.
Yeah, it was pretty shocking in the beginning, and we really didn't know how we were going to deal with that. But I think if it's yourself, you don't care as much. But if it's your kid, you're going to dive in and do the best job that you can. And that's what I wanted to do. So I did a lot of documenting. Of course, I listened to the doctors and, nutritionists, but I documented a lot because she wasn't old enough to really tell me how she was feeling. We had to check her a lot of times during the day. So it was an educational experience for me. I got to know what every single type of food did to her. And after a while, after a few years, I just, realized that the only way I could keep her numbers good and keep her in good check was to feed her and have a lifestyle for her like I had when I was growing up in the 70s and the 80s. And that's going to be what I call vintage nutrition. So
I see you mention that on the website. I see it in the book. Let's jump there since you brought it up. You say eat like it's 1980. Something happened in 1990. What are you talking about?
Well, I didn't grow up eating a lot of fast food. And when I was coming up, we ate less. Now food is everywhere. You can eat in between meals because everywhere you go, there's food available. So I think we ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and we didn't snack as much in between. We didn't eat as much fast food, and portions were way less. Now we have oversized portions, and it's so easy to overeat, especially when you go out to dinner. So, vintage nutrition is kind of like cooking at home more. Watching your portion sizes. When you go out, you get a lot of excess sugar and fat and salt. So when you cook at home, you can control how much salt goes into the meal that you're cooking. And, that's what worked for us. And really my whole family, we incorporated it into the whole family. And to this day, we still eat like that. And it's very, it's a lot healthier, I think.
It takes a lot of effort to eat healthy, more than it ever did in the 21st century now with fast food and your options, especially away from home. It's almost impossible. I don't know how you did it, but your book is full of ways that you did it. And you say some things cannot be taught. They must be learned through experience. And you had to have experienced a lot of things. So how are you going to teach us? Are you going to write in the book? I'm sure the book includes a lot of shortcuts so others don't have to go through this. They can learn from you, like things you found out. That's invaluable.
Yeah, I did. I, documented a lot. I remembered a lot. So I put it all in the book, and it is really helpful. I'm learning that a lot of people don't read, so I'm trying to get an audiobook for people so that they can listen. And I'm also trying to get vintage nutrition classes so that, like online classes so that people can do it that way. But if you're a reader, definitely there's an ebook and a paperback book.
And if this helps, I'll tell you, one reviewer said, there's heart behind every word. No lectures from this author. I love that I haven't read it, but it sounds like it's not preachy. Like you're going to help people. You're going to come alongside and say, here's what I learned. Here's how this can help.
Right. I haven't even seen that review, so thank you for letting me know. But yes, I have NetGalley is like an online group of people in the publishing industry, and I was able to land a NetGalley review, and the woman said that she doesn't usually read books about diabetes because they cause her anxiety. This book does not. And I have an endocrinologist that provides a review that's actually in the beginning of the book. And she said, Jody delivers practical information with a different melody. So it's getting that reputation as being, a simple book with practical ways that aren't too stressful to read. So
we're talking to author Jody Velasquez, who you went to school and you have writing background. You've written before. You've written other books. You've written other materials. So you are a writer. Did that help? Like when did you decide because this is a while now. You say a 16-year journey of your daughter, who's now in her 20s. So, when did you think I'm going to write this down? I'm going to make this book.
Well, it was actually the first book that really let me know that I have a skill that I could help people. So the Slick Move Guide is in the National Association of Realtors library. It was used by sports teams, home builders, and it really sold and still does on Amazon for a long time. So I said, I can really help people when I noticed that, a lot of people said it was well written, it was easy to read. So what I really wanted to do was help my daughter. Originally, I wanted her to know the things that I found out that she didn't know because she was too little. So I wanted to have it down for her. Everybody thinks about, what if I'm not here someday? So I wanted to write it for her. And then I just started thinking this would be helpful for anybody, because the more and more we got into this century, with all the fast food and obesity rates skyrocketing and diabetes rates skyrocketing, I thought I'm going to make this book as good as the other one and try to help people.
So, Jody, give me an idea what it means when you found out 19 months your daughter, you have two. Which one's this? Can we name her?
Marlo, yes. I have Marlo and Lana. And they're both in the film industry. They do acting.
Oh.
Yeah, they make movies.
Nice. So 19 months, you get the type 1 diabetes diagnosis. Now, what does that mean compared to type 2? There's some people, you have to do the finger prick. You got to keep track of your blood sugar. Type 1, that's serious one. What does that mean? Did you have to?
I don't know what the difference is exactly, but I know that when we think about type 1, we think insulin. So you have to take insulin. Maybe type 2, you can handle it with pills.
Yeah.
So that's what I always thought the difference was. But yeah, it's the more intense one is type 1.
And I imagine, tell me about the family, because you do have, you've got two daughters, you got a husband, like you had to change for everyone. Everyone had to get on this plan for the daughter. So what was that like to change the whole family diet?
Yeah, it was, I've always eaten healthy. I was fortunate that I was raised by a mother and a grandmother who were like Weight Watchers key members. And they were very conscious about their weight. So I kind of had a little bit of an initial start with learning about nutrition and diet. So, but yeah, my family, one of the things is when you go on vacation, when you have somebody that has diabetes and you're trying to stay on that eating schedule, it's like, we have to go. We have to do this. We have to be at dinner at this time. So, other than that, my husband likes to eat healthy. So, we're all pretty conscious, but it's great to incorporate this into your whole entire family and work as a team to try to stay healthy. And also that will show your kids, what you're doing, they are going to do.
For anyone who's have a family member, or maybe it's you with type 1 diabetes, this could be pretty crucial. Maybe as a crucial info as Slick Move Guide. That's what I have to get. That came out in 2008. And the secrets to relocating. Is it like, what is there, a chapter on bossing around the U-Haul guy or getting the best? Like, what are the tips when you're relocating?
You know what? I'll tell you, some people just don't realize how easy it is. One time I went out prior to having so much moving experience, I went out and bought all this bubble wrap. And then I realized I had a whole linen closet full of blankets and all comforters, things that I could have used instead of the expensive bubble wrap. So it's little tips like that that people just don't realize, ways to pack your dishes so they don't break. What originally made me write the book was I had someone say, hey, you moved a lot of times. Why, can you help me? And I said, sure. So I went to her house and she was moving the next day and her whole china cabinet still had the glass in it and everything. And I said, you have to take that apart. And you have to put the glass on like cardboard and wrap it. And she was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
So people just don't really know.
Moving 101, and people probably don't really know about diabetes. What did you know before you found out the daughter was diagnosed and you had to get up to speed pretty fast? This book is going to help the next person as you pay it forward. Jody Velasquez, her book, getting good reviews. Where do we find it? Amazon?
Amazon, Know the Enemy, Preventing Weight Gain, Diabetes, and Disease. And I'll have you know that 2 of my preliminary editors lost over 50 pounds at just editing the book.
Oh my goodness. Did they edit on a treadmill? They just took what they read and they applied it. How about that?
You know, it's awareness. And once you realize all the changes that happened, it's easy to, you know, fix it. And, you know, just things like putting all that syrup in your coffee in the morning, that's a lot of extra calories that you don't need. And, you know, when I was coming up, people just put a little bit of cream in their coffee. If that, black coffee was very popular, but that's a lot of extra calories daily that you're getting just from a drink.
Yeah. And you know what? Like just about every American can benefit from this, whether it's diabetes or not, just eating healthier and, you know, watching the weight. I mean, who among us couldn't learn something from this? Fantastic.
That's a good point. It's not just for people that have diabetes. This is for anyone who wants to live healthier. Vintage nutrition will help you lose weight. It will help you be healthier. It's just avoiding some of the things that have developed that have really changed our society and contributed to obesity and weight gain.
Yeah, processed food, fast food. I think we all know that in the back of our mind, but are we prepared to do anything about it? How do you fight that fight? Jody Velasquez will tell you. Know the Enemy, first and foremost, preventing weight gain, diabetes, disease. There's the book, Know the Enemy. It dropped in October of 24. And you can go out and a couple of clicks away from owning that, reading that, and maybe getting to a healthier life, because it's not the 1980s anymore.
No, and the book has won 2 awards so far. It won the 4 Seasons Book Awards. It was a finalist, and the International Impact Book Awards. And I will be going out to Phoenix in July to receive the award, but it won in diet and nutrition.
Nice. Well, Jody, thanks for coming on. The best to the family, the daughters, filmmakers, and you.
Thank you, Jake.
Appreciate you coming on. Have a great Monday.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
That is Jody Velasquez, author of Know the Enemy, Preventing Weight Gain, Diabetes, and Disease. That book could be good for you. Life changer, maybe. Game changer. As we got to take a quick break here, we'll be right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Monday, June 2. And if you're traveling around the Cowboy State, especially if you're on Highway 20, right? Is that the name of the highway? US Highway 20. Traveling between Shoshone and Casper, let's say, all the way to Douglas on 20. Boy, that stretch, that's a long stretch of not a lot to see. That's a long highway. Shoshone to Douglas is mind-numbing. Long way to drive. But you've got some visual stuff that could catch your eye and make the drive seem a little shorter. That's courtesy of 307 First. They're the group responsible for the steel silhouettes you see alongside the highway. And you can't miss them if you're driving US 20 between Shoshone and Casper, and then from Casper to Douglas. There's about 30 of them installed throughout the state, these silhouettes. As of last month, 30. Most of those between Shoshone and Douglas. Others scattered throughout the state. I'm taking a look at the map here, and you can find these silhouettes. You've probably seen them, and if you look closely, you'll see a 307 is on most of them. There's a couple up by Gillette. There's one in Worland. There's a few outside of Riverton, down in Medicine Bow. But most of them on US 20 along that highway from Shoshone to Douglas. And these silhouettes, if you've seen one, they're all different kinds of things. The artwork is all different kinds of artwork. They include Pony Express riders, dinosaurs, mountain men. There's the mountain man's outside of Riverton. I've seen that one. All kinds of pioneer looking people. The largest one yet is a massive locomotive. That one is outside of Gillette. But they're really cool, and they're all the work of basically Kyle Ridgway, who's the COO, Chief Operating Officer for Wyoming Financial Group. And they're the group behind 307 First Initiative. Basically, 307 First, a statewide initiative launched by Kyle Ridgway, launched by Wyoming Financial Group about 15 years ago. The goal is to strengthen Wyoming-owned businesses and the state economy by encouraging more in-state spending, hiring, and investment. Whenever you see one of these silhouettes, you see a 307 that's imprinted in it in some way, and that should remind you 307 first. Of course, 307 is the statewide area code of Wyoming. Ridgway says 307 first is about constant community-focused advocacy. The silhouettes are a way to remind the state, legislators, business owners, everyone to keep our money in Wyoming. Our mission is to give visibility to that goal and live it as best we can. We try to live it, breathe it, and do it every day, Ridgway says. 307 first, that's who's behind the silhouettes you'll find throughout the Cowboy State. Check out the story as I am, and you'll see some of those silhouettes. And once you see a few, it might conjure your memory. Maybe when you were driving along, you noticed one of these silhouettes. You just gave it a second glance, but you kind of forgot about it. Check out these. Check out the photos in the story, Cowboy State Daily, and I'll bet you'll be reminded of, oh, yeah, I remember seeing those. Story from Andrew Rossi, big steel Western silhouettes popping up next to Wyoming highways. As of last month, 30 in all, Western-themed steel silhouettes, and it's the work of 307 First. Pretty cool story. In the Cowboy State Daily, Renee Jean highlights this Laramie couple who's traded in their Wyoming life for a different kind of life. They sold their home in Laramie. They being the Montoyas, Paul and Lynn Montoya, sold their home and decided they were going to go on a little bit of a cruise. Little bit? How about a 4-year cruise? They're cruising up and down the coastline of South America, watching sea turtles released in Acapulco. They're playing with dolphins in El Salvador. The Montoyas are on a 4-year cruise around the world on Villa Vi? The Villa Vi ship Odyssey. The journey started back in April, so they're just barely underway. In all, after 4 years of cruising, they will have ported in 425 destinations, 147 countries, and 100 tropical islands. And this couple said, they kind of got the idea from their day job back in Laramie. They hosted so many tourists and people that had great stories about where they had been all over the world that the Montoyas thought, man, let's do that for ourselves. Is it economically viable? They say they probably spend the same amount of money on mortgage, food, the whole bit, just living life in Laramie. This is comparable to being on a permanent vacation. Renee Jean talks more about it with Wendy Core here.
Paul and Lynn Montoya of Laramie are living a luxury, high seas lifestyle that sounds like something only the wealthy could afford. The couple are cruising up and down the coastline of South America, releasing sea turtles in Acapulco, watching dolphins play in El Salvador, and eating monster-sized prawns. The Montoyas are on a 4-year cruise around the world on the Villa V ship Odyssey, and told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that they're not spending any more money than they would have if the couple were still living in Laramie.
On board this ship, everything's pretty much taken care of. You get your 3 square meals, you get housekeeping, you get laundry. It's kind of like a little floating hotel on the sea, right? There's entertainment, that's included, your port fees, all that kind of stuff is included. They tried tacos in every port and they were different every time. This is a 3.5-year trip around the world with an adventure in every destination. There's 425 destinations. The idea that that you could do this as a single person for like $45,000 a year cost is just mind-boggling.
The Montoyas decided to go nomad after hosting world travelers for years, hearing stories about the countries where they live. But should they decide they need to leave the ship for any period of time, the Montoyas can rent their cabin out like an Airbnb, or if they tire of their high seas lifestyle, sell the cabin outright, something they said they'll evaluate in 3 years or so.
Yeah, I'm reading a lot of the feedback from this story online on the Facebooks, a lot of feedback comments. A lot of people say this is not for them. And it's mostly the anti-cruise kind of person, the kind of person that would not take even a 2-week cruise, say, no way, no amount of money. I couldn't live my life in those tiny cabins, and these cruise ship cabins, your bedroom, they're pretty small. And to do that for a year, 2, 3, 4 years, the walls could start to close in. I could see that, definitely. And then the fact that you're on a ship, like you're a sea for 4 years. Now, you will port and get out and walk on land, but the majority of the time you're at sea. And some folks just are not going to do a cruise anywhere, anytime. So those comments I could understand when I see them. And then, the fact that would you really live your life a sea is, it might be a little much for people. But the idea that you could live a life that is constant travel, if that's your jam, is kind of neat. I mean, you will visit the world and do it without jet lag. You will do it slowly, like the old days, and sail to 147 different countries, experience culture and food in all these different places. That part of it sounds really attractive to me until you get down to the nitty gritty, maybe, because here's what the Montoyas are going to be forking out cost wise. As Renee Jean did say, the Montoya said, look, for the same amount of money we'd spend living in Laramie for a year, our yearly budget, we can do this cruise. It kind of balances, kind of equals out. So pick what lifestyle you want. And Renee said, well, what is really the cost? What are we talking about? What's the annual fees? What are the real money? Let's get down to the numbers, Renee said. She does have that in the story. The cost for the around the world living options begins at $129,000 for an inside cabin. That's a cabin without a view, I would imagine, inside the ship. That would feel kind of like a closet. That would be, that's the bare minimum, $129,000 for an inside cabin, which is good for, the company says, at least 15 years of occupancy. So you're buying your bedroom for a guaranteed 15 years, which is the life of the ship. And then however long you want to spend in that, the Montoyas have forked out 4 years worth. Cabin costs can also go up if you want one of the spacious villas with a balcony with a stunning view. That's more like $429,999. Ooh. Okay, now you're starting to get up a little bit. Because you're buying, remember, like a home, you're purchasing your cabin. Like it's yours. VRBO style, I guess, or it's your cabin. And then on top of that, there's a monthly maintenance fee, which covers everything else. Your Wi-Fi, your laundry, 3 meals a day, your entertainment, your use of the pool. Basically, it covers every amenity that you would expect on a cruise ship. And that monthly maintenance fee, in addition to you purchasing the cabin, gets up there to about $3,000 per person per year, which works out to about $45,000 annually for one person in one cabin. For two people, the fee is $4,000 or about $57,000 annually. So you're going to buy your tiny bedroom, your tiny cabin for $130,000, and you're going to pay, if you're a couple, $4,000 a month on top of that. So the costs are significant, but if you just figure what you would spend in your regular day life, if you had an apartment in California, New York City, you'd be spending this per year. And maybe Laramie as well. For the Montoyas, it works out. The maths. And they're loving life as they visit the world via the Odyssey on a cruise ship. Well, more power to you. I can't say it's for me. Certainly not 4 years. But the notion of being on a constant travel vacation is kind of cool. As long as you don't think about too much about how small the cabin is and that you're on a cruise ship. Like, that's your address. That's your home. The Odyssey. I don't know. Would you do it? Think about it. As we take a top of the hour news break for most of our affiliates, we'll see you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Wyoming Democratic Party has a new chairman, and he's a 32-year-old from Laramie. Lucas Freilich gives up his seat as the Wyoming Democratic State Central Committee's committeeman to the Democratic National Committee to serve as the party chair. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Freilich fills the seat of outgoing Chairman Joe Barbuto, who announced his departure from the post May 21st.
Joe Barbuto chaired that party for 8 years. And so Lucas Freilich, very energetic young man, only 32 years old, won the vote by a significant margin. And his messaging was kind of just like, get on the ground and help people, stand for the underdog, show them what we're about by actually doing what we're about.
Freilich also previously served as Campbell County and Albany County Party chairman. He won this seat by a 52-4 vote during the party leadership's Sunday meeting in Rock Springs, running against Evansville Mayor Candace Mikado. Nearly 4 years ago, a sick young girl arrived in the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center's emergency room, where two nurses found that she had a fever, trouble breathing, and an abnormal heart rate. Hours later, after an examination by a physician's assistant, she was discharged without being admitted, but her parents found her dead on the living room couch the next morning. The 7-year-old girl's parents filed a lawsuit alleging that she was misdiagnosed and would still be alive had ER nurses and doctors followed hospital procedures. But Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that Cheyenne Regional Medical Center has challenged the lawsuit, claiming it has no liability because the doctors and nurses involved were contractors.
When the discharge orders were made and the diagnosis was made on this child, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center are saying that that was not them, that was not the hospital making it, but under Wyoming state law, it was the independent contractor making it, and they are liable and not the hospital.
CRMC's use of contracted medical staff has come under fire in recent weeks. Doctors who have left or are leaving the hospital say the hospital's reliance on independent contractors in the roles of doctors, nurses, and other health specialists has resulted in degraded care, staffing shortages, long hours, and a lack of confidence in leadership. There's a parasite out there that breeds in open sores and orifices, then eats its way through flesh. They squirm visibly under the skin, and their scientific name translates literally as man-eater. And Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the New World screwworm is slowly inching its way closer to Wyoming.
And it wasn't until 2022 that it first started becoming a little bit of a problem when it popped up in Central America and later in southern Mexico. After we realized how close it was getting to the border, we've completely shut down cattle imports, which is going to have some big economic implications for both producers and consumers in Wyoming.
Those fly larvae can infect a variety of species, including humans, although they're most commonly found in cattle. Industry experts say the threat promises to raise consumer prices at a moment when the cost of beef is already at record highs. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
The Space Weather Prediction Center has issued a severe geomagnetic storm watch for today. That means there could be a dazzling aurora in the night skies over Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a powerful coronal mass ejection erupted from the sun on the evening of May 30th. It was expected to reach Earth by Sunday evening and persist into Monday.
The Space Weather Prediction Center is monitoring a G4 severe geomagnetic storm. Last May, we had some of the best auroras that people have seen in Wyoming in decades. This storm, they don't think it'll be as intense as the last G4 storm, but it should still manifest as auroras over Wyoming in pretty spectacular colors and ribbons of fire across the sky. The downside is it's raining in Wyoming and there could be cloud cover across most of the state.
The last time Wyoming experienced a coronal mass ejection this intense was in May of 2024, although the center said it's unlikely that this G4 geomagnetic storm will reach the same intensity. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it.
Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. David Madison joining the conversation, I think. We don't have ding dong at the door yet, though. Our Ring video showing an empty doorstep and somebody running away with our FedEx package. Dang it. That's not a problem you'd have to deal with if you had a permanent cruise ship as your home address. You wouldn't have to worry about porch pirates running off with your UPS delivery. You wouldn't be getting any delivery. There's nowhere to put anything in the cruise ship. In the Odyssey, the rooms, seriously, I was reading more of that story. The rooms are really little. Really small. David. Last call for David. Bueller. I don't know what happened to David. David's got a few stories that we're to talk about, beginning with the hummingbirds. I love the hummingbirds. So does my cat. Fascinated with them. And I thought, no way in the world this cat would catch a hummingbird. So I didn't worry that the cat could get kind of close to the feeder. He jumps up on the railing and he watches those hummingbirds. And he's been able to get a few birds. He's been able to kill chickadees. I had a long talk with this cat about killing chickadees. So you can't do that. And we come to a sort of a meeting of the mind as much as you can with a cat. So then he starts in on killing these swallows. We have these barn swallows, cliff swallows. And they do a good job. Oh, thank you. The swallows do a good job of eating bugs, which is super important. I like birds that eat bugs. And one of these swallows ended up in the mouth of said cat. Man, you got to stop doing that. We had another long talk. But we had not had the hummingbird talk with the cat because I thought, no way can this cat catch a hummingbird. They're so quick. They fly multi-direction and go up, down, left, right, any direction in an instant. They're like insects. Zip, 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 zip. No way can this cat catch a hummingbird. Until the day hummingbird in the cat's mouth. You gotta be kidding. So yeah, we had a long talk about the so 3 different bird species. Anyway, I enjoy the hummingbirds. I got a feeder out there for them, and they can suck down the sugar. You better know it. Sugar water. Hummingbird season back in Wyoming. And a good story from David Madison about these little birds who flap their wings so fast, the human eye can't even see it. It's just a blur. And they suck down about 80% of their body weight in nectar daily. This is a bird that eats 80% of its body weight a day in sugar. Unbelievable. If you or I did that, we'd be dead. It equates to, as Greg Johnson explained to us earlier today, the average 150-pound person, average? Who the heck is average 150-pound? Well, not a male anyway. That's the equivalent to a 150-pound person downing about 100 20-ounce Coca-Colas every day. That's a lot of sugar. But these hummingbirds do it. That's how they convert sugar incredibly fast. Their heart rates, of course, incredibly fast. And they're able to use sugar and metabolize it so fast. Everything the hummingbird does is fast. I thought it was interesting in this story from David, who talks about the heart of a hummingbird. Besides it beating fast, it also beats a lot of blood. Your heart, in this story, Martinez Del Rio, David Madison talked to an ex-UW professor who now lives, I think he's down there in New Mexico. He's still consulted on hummingbird behavior every now and then. Dr. Carlos Martinez Del Rio, and he dropped a lot of hummingbird knowledge on David Madison, who shared in this story. And he said, the professor said that you and I have a heart that takes up about 1% of our total body mass. The heart accounts for 1% of us. In the hummingbird, it's 2%, double. Comparatively, it's like the heart of Secretariat, let's say, a thoroughbred racehorse. And the amount of blood it pumps every time it beats for a hummingbird is significant. And it's why those little hummingbirds, I guess, are able to just eat a whole bunch of sugar and stay relatively thin. David Madison also has a story about that kooky guy up there in Montana who, if you miss this original story, the follow-up is 65-year-old Montana man is found guilty. It took the jury a whole 38 minutes, and some people, after learning the particulars of this story, said, how did it take 38 minutes? How did it take a minute after like 5 minutes to convict this guy? It's a Montana man who had a beef with his neighbors, so in order to solve his differences, got in his firebomb truck and drove it into their house. He had his pickup truck rigged to explode. I don't know how the guy survived this whole thing. I don't know if he jumped out. I can't remember. I remember when this story first came out. Paul Alport is the dude we're talking about. And back in December of 2024, he accepted a plea deal and then kind of went back on it. And that's why this now went to a jury trial. Probably a bad idea for Alport, who was just found guilty after 38 minutes of deliberation. I'm not sure what the sentence is. Maybe he hasn't been sentenced yet, but he was found guilty. The trial began on May 12th. This is up in Montana. The original story, which comes with video, that's my favorite part. Alport can be seen driving his truck that's filled with fireworks and other incendiary devices, drove about 186 yards from his property to the neighbor's property and pointed right at their residence and crashed into the residence. Vehicle was engulfed in flames with the driver slumped over inside. So, yeah, perhaps Alport was not expecting to live through this. This happened about 9:20 in the morning. November 10th, 2023, Alport was so mad with his neighbor, he drove a firebomb truck into their house. Yes, it comes with video, which is pretty exciting. And Alport had made a plea deal and then changed that. He's facing decades in prison. He's already been in prison for his initial plea deal where he pled guilty. And I think this new trial was concerning the weapon used. I'm not sure, but whatever. This 65-year-old's going to die in prison at this point. Alport, Paul Alport, who firebombed his truck into the neighbor's house. Good story from David Madison. David Madison up there in Montana is also home to a kayaking mecca. If you've ever been on the Gallatin River, you probably know of the famous House Rock section. It's where kayakers go to learn how to kayak whitewater. In fact, the story is headlined from David Madison, Why the World's Best Kayakers Train on the Whitewater of Montana's Gallatin River. It's high water season. Right now is when you'll find them. Every kayaker in the region is going to be up there on the Gallatin, and you'll find them doing their thing at House Rock section. Many kayakers have cut their teeth on House Rock, and I'm looking at the photos, and yeah, that looks pretty challenging, pretty scary. Class 5 runs. David Madison talks all about it in the Cowboy State Daily story. What what perhaps Teton Pass is to powder skiing or Moab is to mountain biking, the Gallatin River, and especially the House Rock section of the Gallatin River, is to whitewater kayaking, a foundational proving ground for boaters to build their skills and apply them elsewhere on any. If you can do House Rock, you can probably do anywhere in the world. Interesting story from David Madison. We'll be right back. We got to take a quick break, and I'll get back in the room with one of your lawmakers. If you're a Wyoming folk, we'll talk to Representative Daniel Singh right after these words. See you back with Representative Singh after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Thanks for spending time with us and making us a part of your morning routine. Appreciate it. We're on radio stations across the state. Also on many platforms on the interwebs. I hear rumor that the interwebs are taking over the world. Probably this guy could tell us. He's of the generation that understands internet and cryptocurrency and AI and all that kind of stuff. In fact, Representative Daniel Singh joins us. He's a Gen Z legislator, one of just 3 under the age of 30, representing the great state of Wyoming and capital city Cheyenne, House District 61, born and raised in Torrington, or at least born in Torrington, but I think raised, and we'll talk about that, what it meant, Daniel, to grow up in a missionary family. So you saw a lot of the world, and especially impoverished countries. A lot of people say to get a real perspective, you got to travel. And you just fell into that, didn't you?
That's right, Jake. And thank you so much for having me. Yep, you're right. That is my background. I was born in Torrington. I grew up in LaGrange, Wyoming, which is a small little town in Goshen County. The first champions of Frontier Days were actually from LaGrange. But I'm really proud to be from Wyoming, and it's an honor to be able to do the work that I do. We're working on the forefront of technology, like you said, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, and the internet. So thank you again for having me.
You wrote fantastic opinion piece we saw in the Cowboy State Daily as co-chair of Wyoming's Joint Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Tech, and Digital Innovation Technology. That's your jam. That's in your wheelhouse. A lot of stuff that many of us don't understand or are not sure about. We're kind of scared of AI. We don't know about this crypto. Wyoming's uniquely poised to be on the forefront of a lot of this emerging technology. We're at the, as you wrote, intersection of emerging technology and the enduring principles of liberty. Before we get into your concerns over the big, beautiful bill, what is it like to be being elected and be on committees and steer the state toward this brave new world?
I think it is an immense responsibility, but the people have put us here specifically to tackle these problems, and I'm here to get the job done. And so the former Speaker of the House, Albert Summers, put me in the blockchain digital innovation select committee, and that really opened my eyes to what was happening around the world and just to what kind of a leadership position that the state of Wyoming has put itself in. We've been actively championing a forefront to this position. And so whether it be on cryptocurrency or how the state interacts with technology, Wyoming has a reputation of leading the pack. And so I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, literal giants. If you know about Tyler Lindholm, he's a very big guy, but he just listening to folks that have really taken the reins before me, like Tyler Lindholm, like Cyrus Western, we've focused on issues that are bringing people into the state that you would never expect. Places like Gibraltar, from Abu Dhabi, from Ireland, and Wyoming is getting this international exposure because of the leadership position we've taken.
And this future is coming fast, and so fast that I don't wonder if we have the laws necessary to prepare for it. You write in this piece, what you and your colleagues do is define where rights exist in the digital realm and protect them before the law is left behind. You know, Wyoming wants to be first and foremost in a lot of this new tech, AI, crypto, whatever it is. But it can't be like the early stages of the internet where it's just a wild west frontier. Man, we got to put guardrails up.
Well, so when I explore these ideas, I'm thinking about our foundational rights, right? So you think about the Bill of Rights, and number 1, freedom of expression, the right to express yourself in written language and what you say. Well, does that apply to code? Does that apply to ones and zeros? Are you able to apply that to what you're able to say, not only with your just typing things out on social media? That's one layer of the First Amendment, but it could also be being able to express yourself with a token that you designed on a computer and using that as an exchange of trade if you were to do that. Yeah, a lot of people aren't able to do that. They don't know what to do when it comes to that, but I don't think that the government should stand in the way of people being able to express themselves. And so as we, especially, I've always tried to take like a small government, like a libertarian bend. And when we see new technologies come on the playing field, we need to make sure, at least in my opinion, that the people's rights are respected and enabled to the maximum capacity as long as we're able to respect the rights of others.
We're talking to Representative Daniel Singh, representing HD 61. Representative Singh, let's get right to the 10th Amendment, how it applies, why it's important when we look at President Trump's big, beautiful bill. You're a Trump supporter, but you read the bill. There must have been a lot of pages. You found something in it that's disturbing.
Yeah, so I'm so glad to be from the state of Wyoming, where we have a single title, single subject rule written into our Constitution. That's a unique perk. I think Congress should adopt such a rule personally, and whatever means they go about that would be nice. But I think this bill, there are a lot of topics that are tackled in it. There's a lot of good that is being done in it. I think this protects Americans from undue tax hikes. I think this properly addresses the issue of illegal immigration, which is definitely different from legal immigration because I'm the son of an immigrant. But one of the provisions in the bill right now, it is concerning to me, and that is the provision on AI. It puts a 10-year moratorium on states being able to pass their own legislation on artificial intelligence. And I don't think that's right. I think that the Constitution is clear. The Bill of Rights is clear. The 10th Amendment, it says that anything that isn't specified in the Constitution belongs to the states, not the federal government. And the 9th Amendment, which I feel people don't even know very much about, which is the rights that are not enumerated, belong to the people. And so the states and the people are being robbed of their right to be able to legislate in this particular field. And so if Wyoming wants to have a law that says that artificial intelligence can't generate pornography depicting underage children, the state should be able to say that. We shouldn't have to worry about the federal government getting in the way and saying, we don't want to allow that. We're going to discount that, and we need to take a stand in Congress on that. Because the people that we send to Congress are fantastic. I think they're great. I think they're fighting for Wyoming, but I don't trust the other people that are sent to Congress to fight for morality, fight for fiscal responsibility. And so leaving this to the states, I think, is consistent with what our founders asked of us. They created a system of government where the states have a say. And that's because the states precede the federal government, right? The federal government gains legitimacy from the states. And because of that, responsibilities that are not outlined in the Constitution should be delegated to the states. The artificial intelligences in question are 100% capable of navigating the different states to find a equilibrium to where they should be landing as to what should they accommodate. Do not discount the the intellectual capabilities of these AIs as they emerge, right? When we're talking about 10 years in the development of AI, right? If you think about 5 years ago, there was a very viral clip of Will Smith eating spaghetti. And if you were to look at that 5 years ago, it was a monstrosity. It looked morbid, it looked crazy. But now if you were to generate something like that, it would be hard to tell that it isn't real life, right? These artificial intelligence models, they're not only capable of replicating anything that humanity has done, but they're also capable of questioning morality as a construct. They are capable of lying to people. They are capable of blackmailing people. They are capable of usurping human systems. And so I think the more rules that we put on this intelligence as it comes along, it's appropriate for us to proactively protect our citizens.
Yeah, and rules designed and thought up by and suiting states. Yeah, like you said, I don't think our founding fathers envisioned big government as being, the best way to do government. When you stifle states, if you put a blanket on states for 10 years when it comes to AI and things that they might come up with, that really hurts. I mean, states can be really innovative if left on their own. Wyoming can do some really innovative things that DC might not ever have thought of. That is a tough part of that bill to swallow, actually, Representative Singh. I'm glad you noticed that. Is anyone else, crying out about that? Wyoming, you are. Anyone else notice that and saying, no, that doesn't sound right?
Well, I think the folks that are paying attention to the concepts of federalism are paying attention to it. So I've heard outcries from states like New Hampshire, West Virginia, Arizona. All of them are seeing this problem. And again, we're not trying to belittle the good work that's trying to be done in this bill. I think there's a lot of good stuff that's trying to be done here, but we need to pay attention to our principles. And if we let go of that, I fear that the federal government may be tempted to take liberties from the states in other areas, right? And so we need to stand our ground whenever there may be an affront to the 10th Amendment. It's our responsibility as state representatives, right? The ones who are elected to fight for the rights of the state, to fight for the state government.
Well, what we're talking, by the way, to Daniel Singh, Wyoming House District 61. He's this guy is warrior, defender, leader, servant. He's doing work on behalf of the Wyoming people for sure. So your position on this committee, you're going to have a lot less to do, I guess, if this big, beautiful bill goes through with this deal. I mean, when it comes to AI, what's Wyoming going to be busy doing? Twiddling our thumbs or something?
Well, I can tell you, as long as I'm the chairman, we will not be twiddling our thumbs. That will not be happening. We have plenty of work that we're up to: the right to repair, click to cancel, our amendments on the SPDI banks, which are an innovation that started in the state of Wyoming and is spreading to other states as a business model, similar to the LLC, which is invented in Wyoming. We have plenty to do. But when it comes to the state and AI, man, I would hate to see the people of Wyoming robbed of their opportunity to speak on this issue. And I know there are some strong opinions on artificial intelligence. We don't want to see our people governed by AI, arbitrarily governed by AI. There have been multiple attempts by very intelligent people that I appreciate, that in the city of Cheyenne, to have an actual member of municipal government elected, and they would be an AI. And so I don't think that's appropriate, for example. If we were to take a stand on something, I used pornography with minors as an example, but there are all sorts of decisions that artificial intelligence, it could be delegated to artificial intelligence, be it insurance qualifications. It could be whether or not you make it into affordable housing. It could be whether or not you qualify for points on your credit system if you use a credit card, right? I don't think that we should allow the folks that are in DC to make those decisions for us, right? Because they could be totally influenced by banking establishments in different states, right? Like New York. If the delegation from New York decided to hardball the folks from Wyoming, we have a problem. That's a problem. It means that my people are getting disrespected, and I'm not going to allow that. And so at the end of the day, I think that we need to take a hard stand to protect states' rights, and this will benefit every state in the country. This isn't an issue that will divide us in partisan lines. I think the Democrats have as much of a right to take a swing at AI as the Republicans do, and they should be able to do that and come up with good ideas. Because at the end of the day, Congress copies the homework of the state governments. They take ideas from the state governments and they'll take them to the federal government. Let's make more ideas. Let's make better ideas that they can take to Washington, D.C. and effectively legislate from there.
I agree with a lot. I had no idea until I read your piece in the Cowboy State Daily. And as soon as I did, it seemed like a no-brainer. Like, yes, Representative Singh he's got it right. This is a Gen Z legislator who's long way to go before you even turn 30, which makes him uniquely suited to co-chair Wyoming's Joint Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Tech, and Digital Innovation Technology. We touched on AI and why it's important to get out ahead of problems, stuff that I couldn't even conceive of. It just takes somebody who thinks that way, and I'm glad you do, and I'm glad your representatives representing us in Cheyenne to think of ways where, like, AI can be useful. It is useful, but we're the master, it's the slave, and we got to make sure it works that way. One more thing on digital currency, because Wyoming's on the forefront of that as well. And we have Senator Cynthia Lummis, big champion on that. And what exciting things do you see in crypto, in digital assets? What Wyoming is ready to bust out with this, and you're right there in the spot. It's perfect.
Mm-hmm. So a couple of things that I'd like to say. First off, I'm so thankful for what Cynthia Lummis is doing at the federal level to address cryptocurrency as an issue, to make it more business friendly. Sometimes particular industries are asking for rules so that way they can properly abide by them and be able to have a legitimate business. And so I'm very thankful for what she's doing. Her Genius Act is genius, and the people in the federal government would be well to pass that, in my opinion. So I just want to put that out there. And again, I very much appreciate what she's doing. When it comes to cryptocurrency in the state of Wyoming, so we actually were the first state to implement a system of banking for folks that hold currency in digital format. And so it could be, say you have a bank, SPDI is a special purpose depository institution. And what that is, it's an institution that is allowed to hold something that is digital. So it could be an NFT, it could be a cryptocurrency, any of those things which have value based on people participating in it. And that's what I'm really trying to spread to the rest of the legislature, is that cryptocurrency doesn't have a particular border. And because of that, it is used as a means of exchange between the rest of the world and the United States, because cryptocurrency legitimizes the authority of the dollar at the end of the day. As we have it right now, if people want to have dollars, they are not always able to purchase those dollars, but they are able to purchase cryptocurrencies. And so they purchase those cryptocurrencies and convert them into dollars. And so you have countries like Sri Lanka or Lebanon or Zimbabwe, which people are seeing their government do a terrible job at managing their currency. And I mean, their government may be held by institutions that are not within their power, right? If the dollar tanks, if we have irresponsible governance in the White House and in Congress, and the dollar tanks, it affects more people than just the United States residents, right? It will affect anybody that is pegged to the dollar, such as these third world countries, which have chosen to trust us. And one way, if they don't have the trust in the leadership, they could also trust in the ability to exchange in dollars. And that's what the cryptocurrency provides. And so as a means to backing up any of these third world economies, as well as a means of investment for individual citizens, by having a seamless flow between cryptocurrency and United States dollars, it allows for more exchange and more trade with United States businesses and citizens. And that is what the world ultimately wants. I think that the third world wants to trade with the United States. They appreciate the freedoms that we have and the innovations that we make. And we're winning. Look, I play Civilization 5. That's one of my favorite games. And you can get a culture victory pretty simply by running the ball on what it is to be a free country and a prosperous country. And so this opens the door for more people to participate in that.
Or you could just war on everyone like old Russia. I like that game too. We're talking to Representative Daniel Singh. He represents House District 61. Find out more if you want to find out more about this guy. And I'll tell you, I've had to do some fast learning today about who you are as a politician and a lawmaker. And I like everything I see. Grounded, you got your feet grounded, rooted in a devout faith, biblically sound. But you got your head in a fresh, bold, optimistic future that, only people under 40 or 30, let's say, can understand. I like where you're taking us. Learn more if you want to reach out to this guy and find out what he's doing on your behalf. Sing for Wyoming. It's sing like sing with a H on there. What does the H stand for? With an H for...
Well, okay, so sing means lion, like
yeah,
Sanskrit, so that's what Singapore means, right? Lion harbor, but the H doesn't sing, so
yeah.
Just for reference. If I can say one thing, right, just a humble suggestion to Congress, okay? If you're going to be issuing moratoriums, 10-year moratoriums, how about a 10-year moratorium on deficit spending? How about that? Consider that before you consider this AI one. So just my humble opinion.
Amen. I'm with that. Hey, thank you. We got to have you on more often because I got a feeling a lot of things are going to come out of Cheyenne in the coming years that are going to have national implications. Wyoming's going to go big in a lot of ways with this AI and crypto and stuff. And yeah, we need people like you. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you, Jake.
Daniel Singh joining the show with the Cowboy State Daily this morning. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show on Monday, June 2. Here are the things that happened on this day in history, June 2nd. Indian attack on the Platte Bridge Station, 1865. It was Sioux or Cheyenne or both. Indians approached the station, set fire to it. Men of the 11th Ohio gave chase. They ran into trouble when the Indian band they were chasing, only 10 men, and it turns out to be a lure, and they are ambushed. Fortunately for the 11th Ohio, at that moment, a detachment of 11th Kansas arrived, and a running fight ensued. 2 troopers killed, 1 Indian killed in that skirmish. Happened on this day in 1865. 1884 on this day, the famous Lily Langtry played in person at the Cheyenne Opera House. She was all the rage back in the day in the 1880s. Lily Langtry. Everybody had a poster of Lily Langtry up in the bunkhouse, like the Farrah Fawcett poster. Only in 1884 it was Lily Langtry. I find this hard to comprehend, hard to believe. Sounds like fake news. The city of Douglas restricted watering of lawns on this day between 4 and 8. So 4 p.m., it's like the hottest part of the day, right? And water being almost always short in Wyoming, in short supply, and much of the state affected by perpetual drought. None of those things are surprising that Douglas would restrict the watering of lawns from 4 to 8. No watering your lawns from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Better not see a sprinkler going at 6 p.m. or you're in trouble. What I find surprising is this happened on this day in 1890. Mind blown. I didn't even know people kept lawns in 1890 or had lawnmowers or sprinklers or watered their lawn at all. I guess we were more advanced than I thought. 1890, I thought, man, you were just trying to survive. You're not out there sprinkling your lawn. But this day in history, Douglas institutes water restriction from 4 to 8, no watering your lawn. On this day in 1899, the Wild Bunch robbed the Union Pacific Overland Flyer No. 1 near Wilcox, Wyoming. The take was somewhere between $30,000 and $60,000. See, this is what I'm talking about. 9 years later, we still have outlaw gangs robbing stagecoaches. 9 years after people in Douglas were told you can't water your lawn in the afternoon. This robbery was famous, by the way, the Wild Bunch robbery of 1899 this day. Famous in part for the large amount taken, but also for the destruction of a rail car. Oh, this is a railroad, not a stagecoach, sorry. The explosive used to open the safe were a little bit excessive. This is depicted in the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. The Wild Bunch, when they robbed that train and they estimated what it would take to blow the safe open, they blew the whole car up. But they did get between 30 and 60 grand, apparently. This day, 1924, Congress passes the Indian Citizenship Act, conferring citizenship on all Native Americans born within the territorial limits of the country. June 2nd, 1939, Guernsey State Park Museum opens. On this day, 1945, Fort F.E. Warren made a redeployment center for Quartermaster and Transportation Corps troops, a rather surprising thing considering how late in World War II this was. Happy birthday to Cal Case. He's a Wyoming State Senator, member of the House of Representatives, long-serving lawmaker. Everybody knows Cal Case. Happy birthday, Cal Case, born this day in 1958. And on June 2nd, 1978, the J.C. Penney district of Kemmer was added to the National Register of Historic Places. Of course, Kemmer and the J.C. Penney there is the flagship, the mothership, the beginning of J.C. Penney right there in Kemmer, Wyoming. All these things happen on this day in history. Time for well, we already rodeoed, so we'll go to the Wyoming Game and Fish little spot. Let's do that.
The Game and Fish thanks a Wyoming resident whose quick eye sees a potential aquatic invasive species during a recent purchase of equipment. I'll have the details next on The Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department expresses its sincere gratitude to a local Casper boat dock owner for their vigilance in identifying and reporting a potential aquatic invasive species during a recent purchase. The prompt action of this individual has played a crucial role in protecting Wyoming's waters. Recently, a boat dock owner contacted the Game and Fish after recognizing a potential AIS threat on newly acquired equipment. That equipment had been purchased from a dealership in Iowa and was headed for installation at Alcova Reservoir. Game and Fish AIS personnel inspected the boat lift and found that it was encrusted with live zebra mussels. Wyoming Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce says we're incredibly thankful for the awareness and quick action demonstrated by this boat dock owner. She says their proactive approach is exactly what we need to safeguard our fisheries from harmful invasive species. Bruce says this demonstrates the power of community involvement in our AIS prevention efforts. Eric Hansen, AIS coordinator for the Casper region, says over 500,000 live zebra mussels were found on this equipment. He says it only takes one mussel to cause a significant threat to Wyoming's fisheries, water recreation opportunities, and infrastructure. Hansen says the collaboration and awareness of the public, including business owners, is vital in preventing the introduction and spread of these damaging species. Hansen says before the purchaser alerted the department before installing the boat lift, we could decontaminate and remove the threat. The Game and Fish urges all boat owners, businesses, and the public to remain vigilant and report any suspected AIS. Early detection is crucial in managing and preventing the establishment of these harmful species. People need to be cognizant that any equipment that comes in contact with water has the potential to harbor invasive species, not just watercraft. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, back to the show. And let's talk about this guy who has just cut out, man, and done his own thing. It kind of reminds me of the other story we're looking at today about the couple from Laramie that sold their home and they're on a permanent 4-year vacation on a cruise ship. I like that. Sometimes you just got to check out. If your world is not going how you like it, if you don't like your job or your boss or whatever, I mean, just check out, man, 4-year big cruise ship. Or you can do it like this Colorado man did it. And he's decided to just visit the world in his $200,000 Lamborghini. His Lambo is already exploring the globe. He's got a set of Montana license plates on this thing. Colorado guy with Montana tags. He said that has raised a few eyebrows overseas. Where he's driven this thing, not so much Moscow, Idaho, but more like Moscow, Russia. The Colorado man behind the wheel is Connor Camperghini, the 29-year-old who chronicles his travels to hundreds of thousands of people online. He's a bit of an influencer, I guess. He's been vlogging his adventures, and they've been some adventures. He first had to ship his car a $200,000 Lamborghini, pretty nice model, Lamborghini Urus. He had to ship it to Germany, and from there, he's driven to all kinds of far-flung places that we only read about, whether it's, out of Germany. He's been to Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. He's trying now how to navigate Afghanistan. That's his next on the list to check off. And he's driving it. He's driving all of this, and he's camping and living in his $200,000 Lamborghini. Posts all videos of his travels. It looks kind of like fun, except for when it's raining. I watched a little bit of the video. Looks pretty cool. What a different lifestyle. The idea was sparked by a prior solo road trip in Europe. And Connor started thinking that was the spark for this. Connor's like, man, I could do this if I had a car that I really liked, and somehow he has the ability to obtain a $200,000 Lamborghini, and he has the ability to just drive it around all over the place. He's been to Moldova. He's been to France, Switzerland, and trying to get to Afghanistan now. And with his Montana license plate, this car has gotten around. Pretty cool story in the Cowboy State Daily about Connor Lamborghini, not his real last name. Anna Louise Jackson has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. So between selling your home and just heading out on a cruise ship to travel around the world, or traveling around the world in your car, the theme of the day today, I guess, is, just getting out there. Just check out, man, and do your own thing. That job is for somebody else. I guess that's what we're teaching you on this Monday, back to work Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. In the film Top Gun Maverick, there's a memorable scene where Tom Cruise looks over his shoulder in the cockpit and sees inbound missiles hot on his tail. Amid the riveting action, most fans of the film don't realize that the real hero of this moment is Magnesium. Cruise fires deflection flares which are made from magnesium. Big Blue Technologies, a magnesium processing startup with operations near Cheyenne, told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the magnesium needed to make those flares could, quote, come from Cheyenne tomorrow.
Partnership between Big Blue Technologies and Garrison Minerals has resulted in a facility out there at the Swan Ranch Industrial Park. It's got a rail link, and the idea is that they're going to mine dolomite and then refine it into magnesium and then make magnesium metal, which is a very in-demand product.
The CEO of Big Blue Technologies said the company is still in the startup phase, but it's applying for development grants and courting investors while looking to satisfy the demand for domestically produced magnesium materials, including metals, aluminum alloys, and those fighter jet deflector flares. For decades, Rawlins native and Las Vegas detective Gil Gilliland hunted for clues to the story behind one of the most famous wild horses in America. Desert Dust was a red desert Mustang, the first wild stallion ever captured through the use of airplanes. On the day of his capture in 1945, a professional photographer caught the horse posing in sage and rock, still untamed and wild, and those photos sold more than 1 million copies worldwide. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy writes that it was this first photo of Desert Dust that sparked an investigation by the detective into just who this horse, the inspiration for the Rawlins High School mascot, really was.
He started on a quest that ended up taking over 20 years to discover who this horse really was.
Gilliland partnered with the Laramie author, Paul Papa, to tell Desert Dust's story. Papa agreed to write the book, but with one stipulation. He said that the real story was how a Las Vegas investigator uncovered the story of this nearly forgotten stallion that at one time represented all of Wyoming's wild horses. Paul and Lynn Montoya are living a luxury, high-seas lifestyle that sounds like something only the wealthy could afford. The Laramie couple are cruising up and down the coastline of South America, releasing sea turtles in Acapulco and watching dolphins play in El Salvador. The Montoyas are on a 4-year cruise around the world on the Villa V ship Odyssey, and they told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that they're not spending any more money than they would have if the couple were still living in Laramie.
On board this ship, everything's pretty much taken care of. You get your 3 square meals, you get housekeeping, you get laundry. It's kind of like a little floating hotel on the sea, right? The idea that you could do this as a single person for like $45,000 a year cost is just mind-boggling.
The Montoyas decided to go nomad after hosting world travelers for years, hearing stories about the countries where they lived. But should they decide they need to leave the ship for any period of time, the Montoyas can rent their cabin out like an Airbnb. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future. Borrow for your dream home. Start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Well, in the home of real pizza and pasta in Italy, tourists from the American West might take one glance at the menu of a popular chain of restaurants there and find themselves feeling right at home. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Jackson reports that for nearly 25 years, the old Wild West restaurants have been dishing up a very specific European interpretation of America's Wild West.
I tried probably the worst example of their food. I got the Cheyenne chicken just for the name alone, and it was chicken breast with like chopped up bacon on top. That was it. No sauce, nothing, and then fries. The fries were fantastic.
Jackson said that, in her opinion, the most glaring omission was that there wasn't a single mention of whiskey on the menu. The saloon owners of the real Wild West would shudder at the thought. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalized.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Well, there's a volcano popping its top over there in Italy. And of course, Hawaii just had that big one spew last week. Volcanoes everywhere. What does it mean? The inside of the earth is heating up. It's pretty good. With some evacuations over there in Italy. That thing's really spewing away. Dang. What else am I looking at? Ticks. Ticks are tough on moose. I've known this for a while, and I've seen moose that have been ravaged by ticks, and they don't look good. Their fur comes off, and ticks are hard on the moose. Ticks probably kill more moose than any apex predator. I mean, a grizzly bear could kill a moose, but those attacks are probably pretty dang rare. More likely, the moose is going to be hit by a car or is going to meet its end through ticks. Just awful to think there's that many ticks out there. Of course, they're trying to get on you, deer. Why is it the moose are brought down? Just such a big animal. Why is it the moose are particularly susceptible to ticks? Well, we'll tell you why in a minute. Mark Hines writes the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Given their massive size and occasionally cantankerous attitude, Wyoming moose may seem indestructible. They're pretty big. What does it take to kill a moose? High-powered rifle and a big caliber bore, but ticks are able to do it just by blood loss. What a miserable way to go. Blood drainage, horrific skin irritation, the loss of huge patches of hair on a moose. All these things are the result of tens of thousands of ticks on a moose. There have been documented cases in some of the eastern states of a single moose overwhelmed by nearly 50,000 ticks. Even extreme cases of 100,000 ticks on one hapless moose. This, according to Samantha Allen. She's the state wildlife veterinarian with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Allen said it can be a challenge to fully quantify the number of ticks on any particular moose, I would imagine. I mean, if left with a moose carcass and a whole mess of ticks, how do you go about counting that? Or do you even want to count them? Yeah, that's got to be some gross work. Already this spring, there's been images and stories circulating on social media about moose missing huge patches of their hair. That would be a telltale sign that ticks are to blame. Now, moose do kind of molt out this time of year. That winter coat comes off, so moose can look kind of ragged this time of year. It doesn't necessarily mean they're dying of tick infestation, but if you see the skin, and I'm looking at a photo right now of one moose that obviously has been a victim of tick infestation. If you see all the way down to the skin when you start losing your winter coat, yeah, that's a problem. That's not what we're talking about. But this time of year, moose do look kind of rough because their hair comes off in patches. Same with bison. Some bison can look really bad with looks like their hair is just hanging off of them. But that's normal to get rid of the winter coat. But you can tell the difference between that and just when the ticks are bothering a moose to no end. Now, why is it the moose? Why aren't deer, why aren't elk particularly bothered by ticks? Now, they do, deer ticks. There's plenty of ticks on deer, but it doesn't jeopardize their life as much as it does moose. And it's thought to be because moose are dirty. Moose don't have particularly good hygiene. At least that's the speculation. Veterinarian Allen again said the tick infestation is a problem for moose mainly. There are a few thoughts, but the primary one is moose don't groom as effectively as other ungulate species. For instance, the deer will kind of chew on ticks and pick them off its skin, but not necessarily with the moose. Wildlife photographer Jorn, and he's got that Swedish name I can't even begin to pronounce. We'll call him Jorn V. Jorn V mentioned to Mark Hines, said he's seen ticks put moose in a wretched state and threaten their very lives. He said, I have seen massive tick infestations on some Teton moose. The ticks cause their hair loss. I've seen moose in poor shape, missing large patches of fur. In winter, that's a death sentence, said Jorn V. Yeah, Mark Hines with a story about moose being affected by ticks. It happens, and it's probably the biggest killer of moose that you could imagine, more so than any kind of apex predator. Amber Steinmetz says a nice story about a Japanese woman who's moved to Cody, and she tries to bridge Wyoming Western heritage with Japanese culture, and she's done so with a unique position. Haruka Takaku has embraced Wyoming truck culture. She's driven in her first winter. Doing the lawn work outside. Oh, boy. It's summer. She is the new Japan Outreach Initiative Coordinator for Heart Mountain Wyoming Foundation. And that's where you can find her at her day job. That began last August with her arrival at the new position, Japan Outreach Initiative Coordinator for the Heart Mountain Wyoming Foundation. And she said she's had to get used to a few things in Wyoming, mostly for the good. She said, for instance, summer in Japan is very hot. She grew up in a city just outside of Tokyo. And so she said in Japan, summer is very hot and humid. So my first surprise was the dryness of the climate itself, the dryness of your summer here in Wyoming. She's also had to learn how to drive, coming from a city just outside of Tokyo. Tokyo has over 14 million people alone. Public transportation, easy to come by. Her driving experience, she admitted, was minimal, and driving in snow, almost zero. She said, we'd see snow once in a while in Japan, but not very often. So she's had to figure out how to drive in snow. She said, when I first came here, I just didn't understand why everybody drove big trucks. Everybody. And she said after the first winter here in Cody, she gets it now. Interesting story about this young lady in the Cowboy State Daily. You have to check that out. It's pretty cool. Carbon County's J.O. Ranch, a throwback to an untamed time in Wyoming. Renee Jean has a story about an old ranch. In fact, this is probably one of the oldest ranches in all of Wyoming. It was built in 1890. The ranch's stone buildings were built in 1890, so they are as old as the state of Wyoming, and they're just a throwback. This whole J.O. Ranch, which you can find in Carbon County, it was once on the alternate leg if you were traveling from Rawlins to Baggs on the wagon road. This was like the alternate. If the other road was closed due to snow, this is your alternate route. I mean, very few people probably came upon this ranch back in the day. Homesteaded in 1885 by Joe and James Rankin. They were brothers. The ranch was part of a sheep herding business back in the day. Especially following the blizzard of 1886-87. That wiped out many cattlemen in Wyoming. That was probably the worst blizzard Wyoming's ever seen. And cattle died by the tens of hundreds of thousands probably. And a lot of folks after that switched over to sheep. And so did the Rankin brothers. And so was the birth of the J.O. Ranch 140 years ago. Today it looks very similar. Not much has been done to improve it. Isolated, wild, and beautiful, surrounded by sage and sand and wind. Its rugged stone buildings remain, but little else. It was added to the National Registry of Historic Places, and some old buildings of the J.O. Ranch. Check out that story from Renee Jean of the Cowboy State Daily, including pretty cool photos of the ranch from back in the day. As in last week. It looks exactly the same. If you took that photo today of the J.O. Ranch and you did it in black and white, it would look like a photo from the 1890s. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with an updated weather check from Don Day and other stuff after these. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Back from break in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Andrew Rossi's story of the Cowboy State Daily. Scientists say humans now are a bunch of pansies compared to our ancestors who once roamed this area, particularly prehistoric Yellowstone people. If you were a prehistoric Yellowstone people, you were one tough dude. Even the women could kick your butt today. Yellowstone dangerous now, yeah. There are, bison that want to gore you. There's people who fall off the cliff there in the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone, plummet to their death. You could fall in a bubbling cauldron, hot springs, and be boiled alive in a matter of seconds. There's a lot of ways to die in Yellowstone. In fact, they wrote a book, Death in Yellowstone. But man, it's tame compared to what it used to be. In the Pleistocene age, only Andrew knows how to pronounce that. There were mammoths, woolly mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed tigers. There was the dire wolf. There was a lot of stuff that wanted to eat you if you were a human living in Yellowstone back in prehistoric times. Imagine a volatile thermal supervolcano simmering underfoot. Like this thing presumably had just gone off, the supervolcano. This is in the years after. See, the whole ground is hot with lava underfoot. You got mammoths running around, short-faced bears, saber-toothed tigers, dire wolves, all competing for food and trying not to be food. Andrew Rossi's story about Lambert and Reed, renowned researchers with advanced degrees. They delivered a presentation the other day that was kind of thought up after we heard news about colossal biosciences. Remember, that was about a little over a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, where colossal bioscientists said that they were able to de-extinct dire wolves. They're going to do the same for woolly mammoths and possibly reintegrate them into the wild. Can you imagine the dire wolf coming back today, the woolly mammoth coming back today? After news of that a month or so ago from Colossal Biosciences, Lambert and Reed decided, they're researchers with advanced degrees, they decided to deliver a presentation called Dire Wolves, Mammoths and Humans, Yellowstone in the Pleistocene Age, as it's part of Yellowstone Forever's summer speaker series, really popular summer speaker series. And I love the quote from Lambert, who he said, looking back on what it must have been like to be living in that age as a humanoid, he said, we are pansies compared to what we were a mere 10,000 years ago. Not only was it really cold, but prehistoric peoples of that time dealt with a potential threat of predation on a 24-hour basis. Fear would have been a constant reality if you were alive 10,000 years ago in Yellowstone. They had an interesting talk. Andrew Rossi was there, and he boils it down into a story that you can read. It's super fascinating, as always, from Andrew Rossi. What it must have been like to live 10,000 years ago in Yellowstone. Yeah, you and I, we would have lasted like 5 minutes. Our cell phone was useless. You can't solve your problems with a credit card. And you better be handy with an atlatl or a bow and arrow or something, or a spear, because just about everything walking around wanted to eat you. Yeah, I don't know. I'll take my life today. Claire McFarland has some follow-up. Casper PD released a disturbing body cam video, which showed the altercation. I remember going back to that incident where the woman called 911. She lived at South McKinley Street in Casper. This is back on April 28th. Officer-involved shooting. The woman called 911 and in a desperate voice said, "There's an intruder in my house." 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher asked. And she said, "Please come quick. There's a burglar breaking into my house. He's armed and dangerous." 911 operator kept her on the line and she said, "He's inside. Please get inside. Please get over here." The woman said, "I'm running away from him." This 911 call was designed to lure cops to her home. Jody Cobia made the call, 37-year-old. And when cops got there, shots were fired. And for a while, that's all we knew. We knew Cobia was killed in the altercation. None of the police officers were hurt. And the Casper Police Department was kind of tight-lipped about it for days until finally we had further explanation that the call made by 911 was false, that the caller was the victim and the caller was armed and pointed a firearm at the police officers. Now we find out more. We find the whole story in what is being released by the Casper Police Department. Body cam video and 911 audio has been released from the April 28th incident. At the time, the estranged husband of Cobia, they had recently separated, Jody Cobia and her husband. The husband was very accusatory of the police. He said, "Hey, the cops just went over to her house and shot her, period." And yes, I guess you can boil the story down to that. The cops went over to her house and did shoot her, but there's a whole lot more to it when you see the video. It's disturbing. It's not for everybody. If you want to watch the video, viewer discretion is advised. It's on cowboystatedaily.com. The story from Claire McFarland. In the video, clad in all black with a ball cap, the woman, identified as Jody Cobia, 37-year-old who died on scene, opens the door to the front door of her house herself, and then immediately raises a pistol at police and says, "Where the F are my children?" And the officers respond the only way they can. They draw their firearms, shots fired. You can hear one of the cops get on the radio and say, "Shots fired," and gives the address. Backup comes. Just horrific that had to happen, but I'm glad we know more, and I'm take some solace in that Casper Police Department did act correctly in this. I mean, the video shows everything. This appears to be a suicide by cop attempt, or at the very least, a plan hatched by somebody who's just not thinking clearly. Renee Jean has a story figuring out why so many high-growth business startups in Wyoming fail. Wyoming has a pretty good success rate of overall success for startup businesses. Enviable, in fact. 77% of startup businesses are still active after 1 year. That's ahead of the trend. That's above the curve for most states. But that stat, Renee says, hides a big problem, because when you break it down by particular details, high-impact, growth-oriented companies have a success rate that's much lower than 77%. Figuring out why that is and what to do about it is the job of, in part, Wyoming Business Council. In fact, a new program, Startup Wyoming, is headed by a young lady named Blossom Lumley. Blossom works at the direction of Startup Wyoming, and it's a combination of the nonprofit Silicon Coular based in Jackson and the Wyoming Business Council. The idea is Lumley is going to look into and research why it is that these high-impact, growth-oriented companies in Wyoming have a success rate much lower than 77%. Many of them fail. And why is that? Lumley's going to look into it. Renee Jean explains that new program in Wyoming. And you can read about it at the Cowboy State Daily. David Madison, had he joined us earlier, David, I don't know where he is, but he's been busy writing a lot of stories. He's taken over the energy coverage for Cowboy State Daily, so that's kept him pretty darn busy. And he has this energy-related story in the Cowboy State Daily that dropped yesterday, June 1st. Cheyenne companies plan the biggest magnesium operation in North America. Well, what do you need magnesium for? We'll tell you. But 2 Cheyenne companies have their sights on building the largest magnesium operation in all of North America, and that's in order to supply the U.S. with the metal of choice for lightweight vehicles and aircraft. Magnesium is the way you got to go. Right now, China and Russia control that market. Over 90% of the global supply of magnesium comes from China or Russia. Uses of magnesium? To get those pesky heat-seeking missiles off your butt. In the film Top Gun Maverick, there's a memorable scene. Tom Cruise looks over his shoulder in the cockpit and he sees 2 inbound missiles hot on his tail. Amid the riveting action, most fans of the film don't realize the real hero of the moment is not Cruise, but magnesium. Tom Cruise fires deflection flares, which shoot out the back of his FA-18 Super Hornet and throw the enemy missiles off course. Those are magnesium flares. Just one of the uses for magnesium. A company called Big Blue Technologies is processing a startup operation along with Cheyenne's Swan Ranch Industrial Park. And they're trying to process magnesium. We're trying to get into that DOD supply chain, meaning the Department of Defense, said Big Blue Technologies CEO Aaron Palumbo. The company's still in startup phase. Let's hope they don't end up like Renee Jean's story just a second ago as a failure, but they're trying to domestically produce magnesium materials, including metals, aluminum alloys, and fighter jet deflector flares like we just talked about. Magnesium metal is becoming more and more popular. It's a material of choice for lightweight vehicles and aircraft, Palumbo said. For instance, when Ford F-150 trucks, the pickup trucks, switched over from their steel body to an aluminum body, that aluminum alloy required a significant amount of magnesium as the primary alloying constituent. U.S. Magnesium, a magnesium metal producer in Utah, shut down in 2024, Palumbo said, and that left the country, the U.S., with no domestic source for magnesium metal. The hope is this new magnesium metal plant will be the biggest in all of North America and maybe get into the magnesium market a little better than the U.S. is currently, because 90% of the market belongs to Russia and China in that industry. This Casper man loves his steam-powered train. 82-year-old has built his own steam-powered train that's a replica. I mean, everything about it is like a train you would have found 80 years ago or more. 82-year-old Chuck Eckerson has a fully equipped railroad machine shop in his 2-story garage behind his house in Casper. And he's also built a train track around his house. And he has this train run every now and then. And when it's going and the people hear the whistle blow, everybody knows to get their grandkids over to the Eckerson house so they can take a ride on the train. It has, it's scaled down to about a 1/6 size of a real train, all built by Eckerson, who knows a thing or two about trains. Eckerson was born in 1943. He learned how to do machine tool work by the time he was 13 years old, but he's been fascinated with trains since the get-go. He said, when I was 5 years old, I fell in love with this steam locomotive. And he made it his life's calling, although he wasn't in the biz for very long. In 1965, he hired on with Burlington Railroad in Casper. That would later become Burlington Northern and then simply BNSF. He spent 43 years of his life working as a brakeman, conductor, and yardmaster. But his career as a conductor was kind of short-lived. He was a conductor on passenger trains for a 2-year stretch beginning in 1965. He was a conductor for passenger trains. And then by 1967, just 2 years later, the last passenger train ran. And that was it for passenger train travel in Wyoming back then. Eckerson also recalls time when there was a horrible collision on the train tracks. He was, I think he was a young railroader. He was on the train headed out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. And when the train hit a car filled with teens, Eckerson remembers the night. He said, we had just left the depot. We were just getting up to speed when we hit that car right at the edge of town. It was graduation night for these high schoolers. It killed them all. And he said, I was the brakeman on that passenger train at the time. And he did mention, he said, stopping a train going 55 miles an hour takes more than a mile. Wow. Eckerson today, much better, much safer with his new design, a little Atlantic type 442 design of the locomotive. And he gives rides to the neighborhood kids and anybody who comes by. He's made his own train, his own tracks, and he's still living the railroad life at the age of 82. Is that what I said he is? Yeah, 82. Way to go. Even his son helps out. Chuck Eckerson, 82-year-old trainman, brakeman, conductor. Read about that story. Dale Killingbeck has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. We'll be right back. One last break on the show, and we'll head for the home stretch on a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
See it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Monday. Renee Jean has a really cool story about when art and missiles collide. Not literally, but sort of. The F.E. Warren Air Force Base has a secret underground world full of soldier-created artwork most people have never seen, and for good reason. The public isn't really invited into these Minuteman III missile silos. No, this is top secret work. And if you do this kind of work, you're a select few. Jim Warner is one of them. He's a former missiler. That's what they're known as. Missiler. Put that down on your job occupation. IRS wants to know, what do you do? I'm a missiler. Jim Warner is a missiler, and he's also an art aficionado. And he says, you'd be surprised, he said the people who serve America this way, and there's not many, a handful of servicemen and women who do missile work, crews that do this kind of stuff take turns in 2-man teams working 12-hour shifts, living in what is essentially an underground bunker, isolated from the rest of the world. You can't talk about the job you do. Highly sensitive. But you have to keep these ICBMs ready to launch at any given moment. If the president calls and says, we've been attacked, we need to counter, you got to be ready to launch. And what they do in these missile silos, I guess there's a common practice of creating murals on the walls that are pretty cool. Really neat artwork. And it all would be lost to the public. The artwork hangs in a museum no one will ever visit until we get the work of Jim Warner, who is determined to save these underground murals and chronicle a unique perspective of America's military history. It's pretty cool. The Minuteman III missiles are being replaced with LGM-35 Sentinels. So while this is going on, it gives a chance to, I guess, either close or retrofit some of these missile silos, and the opportunity to get in there and at least photograph this artwork and then put it in essentially a coffee book where you can enjoy this pretty cool artwork done by, obviously, servicemen and women who assigned to these missile silos, but so they're not professional, but the work is really cool, really unique, and it's total Americana. And yeah, I love just the few that I'm flipping through and seeing in this story. Renee Jean has a story about preserving the artwork, a thankless job, an unknown job. Murals are being preserved by Jim Warner so he can put out a coffee table book so you can see the art that once existed in America's first defense, the F.E. Warren Air Force Base murals. It is fascinating. Let's get to Wendy Core's news. We'll do that now.
I do not have guns at home.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, June 2nd. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Wyoming Community Foundation, who asks you to give back to the place you call home. 5 to Thrive is your opportunity to leave a legacy for generations to come. Support the community nonprofits that you care about with a gift through the Wyoming Community Foundation. Visit wycf.org to learn more. The Wyoming Democratic Party has a new chairman, and he's a 32-year-old from Laramie. Lucas Freilich gives up his seat as the Wyoming Democratic State Central Committee's committeeman to the Democratic National Committee to serve as the party chair. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Freilich fills the seat of outgoing Chairman Joe Barbuto, who announced his departure from the post May 21st after 3 terms.
Joe Barbuto chaired that party for 8 years, starting in 2017. That includes 3 terms, 2 2-year and 1 4-year. They changed the bylaws, so they doubled their terms. And he stepped down to take a role with a national group that helps state Democratic parties. And so Lucas Freilich, very energetic young man, only 32 years old, won the vote by a significant margin. And his messaging was kind of just like, get on the ground and help people, stand for the underdog. If there's a disaster, if there's a need, find people in need and show up for them. Show them what we're about by actually doing what we're about, was his messaging.
Freilich also previously served as Campbell County and Albany County party chairman. He won the seat by a 52-4 vote during the party's leadership Sunday meeting in Rock Springs, running against Evansville Mayor Candace Mikado. Nearly 4 years ago, a sick young girl arrived in the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center's emergency room, where 2 nurses found that she had a fever, trouble breathing, and an abnormal heart rate. Hours later, after an examination by a physician's assistant, she was discharged without being admitted. Her parents found her dead on the living room couch the next morning. The 7-year-old girl's parents filed a lawsuit alleging that she was misdiagnosed and would still be alive had ER nurses and doctors followed hospital procedures. But Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that Cheyenne Regional Medical Center has challenged the lawsuit, claiming it has no liability because the doctors and nurses involved were contractors.
They had independent contractors that worked as nurses. They had an independent contractor that worked as a physician's assistant, and they had an independent contractor working as a doctor overseeing that physician's assistant. So when the discharge orders were made and the diagnosis was made on this child, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center are saying that that was not them, that was not the hospital making it, but under Wyoming state law, it was the independent contractor making it, and they are liable and not the hospital.
CRMC's use of contracted medical staff has come under fire in recent weeks. Doctors who've left or are leaving the hospital say the hospital's reliance on independent contractors in the roles of doctors, nurses, and other health specialists has resulted in degraded care, staffing shortages, long hours, and a lack of confidence in leadership. Well, there's a parasite out there that breeds in open sores and orifices, then eats its way through flesh. They squirm visibly under the skin, and their scientific name translates literally as man-eater. And Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the New World screwworm is slowly inching its way closer to Wyoming.
This is something that nobody has thought about in a long time. They haven't had to. It's been eradicated. It hasn't been found in the U.S. since 1966. And it wasn't until 2022 that it first started becoming a little bit of a problem when it popped up in Central America and later in southern Mexico. After we realized how close it was getting to the border, we've completely shut down cattle imports, which is going to have some big economic implications for both producers and consumers in Wyoming. Now, a lot of people in the industry are saying it's not a matter of if, but when screwworm gets here.
These fly larvae can infect a variety of species, including humans, although they're most commonly found in cattle. Industry experts say the threat promises to raise consumer prices at a moment when the cost of beef is already at record highs. The Space Weather Prediction Center has issued a severe geomagnetic storm watch for today. That means there could be a dazzling aurora in the night skies over Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a powerful coronal mass ejection erupted from the sun on the evening of May 30th. It was expected to reach Earth by Sunday evening and persist into Monday.
The Space Weather Prediction Center is monitoring a G4 severe geomagnetic storm. Now, to give people a sense of scale for that, the last time we had a solar storm that was that intense was last May, when we had some of the best auroras that people have seen in Wyoming in decades. So this storm, they don't think it'll be as intense as the last G4 storm, but it should still manifest as auroras over Wyoming in pretty spectacular colors and ribbons of fire across the sky. The downside is it's raining in Wyoming, and there could be cloud cover across most of the state. So if you can find a spot that isn't covered in clouds, there's a pretty good chance you'll see auroras.
The last time Wyoming experienced a coronal mass ejection this intense was in May of 2024, although the center said it's unlikely that this G4 geomagnetic storm will reach the same intensity. Really was.
People across the world have actually grown up with this picture of desert dust. It was a black and white shot in Wyoming, and it was colorized, but it captured the imagination of people in the 1940s through the 50s, and it hung up in every important building in Wyoming and across the world. People didn't know who desert dust was until a Vegas investigator started answering questions to his daughter, and so he started on a quest that ended up taking over 20 years to discover who this horse really was.
Gilliland partnered with the Laramie author, Paul Papa, to tell Desert Dust's story. Papa agreed to write the book, but with one stipulation. He said the real story was how a Las Vegas investigator uncovered the story of this nearly forgotten stallion that at one time represented all of Wyoming's wild horses. In the home of real pizza and pasta in Italy, tourists from the American West might take one glance at the menu of a popular chain of restaurants here and find themselves feeling right at home. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Jackson reports that for nearly 25 years, the old Wild West restaurants have been dishing up a very specific European interpretation of America's Wild West. While she was visiting Milan, she thought she'd stop in and see how the Europeans interpreted American West cuisine.
I tried probably the worst example of their food. They do have a lot of steaks and burgers, but I got the Cheyenne chicken just for the name alone. And it was chicken breast with like chopped up bacon on top. That was it. No sauce, nothing. And then fries. The fries were fantastic. I was actually walking one night and I saw an old Wild West and I went and looked in the window and I was like, what is this place? When I looked online, I realized this is a massive chain. It has 250 plus locations, mostly in Italy, but some in France and Monaco. I think there is sort of a fascination in parts of Europe with the old Wild West, and there was a lot of Native American stuff on the walls and, things like that.
Jackson said that, in her opinion, the most glaring omission was that there wasn't a single mention of whiskey on the menu. The saloon owners of the real Wild West would shudder at the thought. Paul and Lynn Montoya of Laramie are living a luxury, high seas lifestyle that sounds like something only the wealthy could afford. The couple are cruising up and down the coastline of South America, releasing sea turtles in Acapulco, watching dolphins play in El Salvador, and eating monster-sized prawns. The Montoyas are on a 4-year cruise around the world on the Villa V ship Odyssey, and told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that they're not spending any more money than they would have if the couple were still living in Laramie.
On board this ship, everything's pretty much taken care of. You get your 3 square meals, you get housekeeping, you get laundry. It's kind of like a little floating hotel on the sea, right? There's entertainment, that's included, your port fees, all that kind of stuff is included. They tried tacos in every port and they were different every time. This is a 3.5-year trip around the world with an adventure in every destination. There's 425 destinations. The idea that you could do this as a single person for like $45,000 a year cost is just mind-boggling.
The Montoyas decided to go nomad after hosting world travelers for years, hearing stories about the countries where they live. But should they decide they need to leave the ship for any period of time, the Montoyas can rent their cabin out like an Airbnb, or if they tire of their high seas lifestyle, sell the cabin outright, something they said they'll evaluate in 3 years or so. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel or listen to us on your favorite podcast app. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Jake in the morning, Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, we just want a reminder coming up this Wednesday in DuBois. The Boys and Girls Club of DuBois will host its 6th annual awards and recognition breakfast. That's this Wednesday. Oh, I'm sorry, next Wednesday. Sorry. June 11th. Next Wednesday, it's going to be at the National Museum of Military Vehicles. Great venue. Guests will experience a powerful conversation featuring Anthony Robles. He's the NCAA wrestling champion, internationally known speaker, and just happens to be, well, we won't say handicapped. He is just privileged in a way, similar to Sammy Cyrus, who will be on hand. He is the senior at DuBois High School that recently made history by winning Class 2A 106-pound division at the 2025 Wyoming State Wrestling Championships in Casper. Cyrus is a double amputee due to a rare childhood illness. He never let it slow him down. He wrestled everybody into submission, similar to Anthony Robles, who was born with one leg and overcame to become a 3-time NCAA All-American. This goes on June 11th, DuBois. And don't miss it. It's all part of the Boys and Girls Club of DuBois and that breakfast, annual awards and recognition breakfast. That's going to do it for us. Out of time. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a great Monday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.